Chapter 452. Qin Feng looked at this scene with a smile that was not a smile. Dong Hao was obviously a member of the treasure hunting group. However, after seeing Qin Feng severely injure the extreme thunder source in Yin Gu, he immediately hid at the door. Now that he saw Yin Gu severely injured, he immediately came out to take advantage of the situation. No one present was a fool. They immediately understood that Dong Hai's arrogant, and impulsive personality in Xingqian school was obviously an act. Qin Feng glanced at Xiaoyu and Wei Huang. Xiaoyu and Wei Huang were standing in front of the broken-winged, coiling dragon pillar. Originally, the two of them were preparing to collect the remaining Crimson Dragon Sword and Crimson Dragon Pearl. However, after seeing Yan Ji's miserable state, the two of them were afraid that Qin Feng had tampered with the two treasures and hesitated. Seeing Qin Feng looking at them, the two of them were shocked. They looked at each other, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Although the two of them knew that they were stronger than the extreme thunder source in Yin Gu, they were not confident that they could defeat the two of them in one move. Qin Feng's performance was far beyond their expectations. In the next breath, the two of them flashed and flew toward the clear screen palace like two dragons. Seeing that the two of them had decisively abandoned their targets and fled, Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He suppressed the urge to keep the two of them, and his gaze fell on Yin Gu. To be precise, his gaze fell on the strange branch in Yan Ji's hand. The branch emitted an emerald green aura of life. This aura of life was even stronger than that of the spring of life. In this rich aura of life, Yan Ji's injuries were quickly healing. This should be a branch of a rare spiritual root of life. The spiritual root of life had indescribable benefits for the maintenance of secret realms and inner worlds. As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. Qin Feng was determined to get the spiritual root, even if it was just a branch of the spiritual root. His divine sense locked onto Yan Ji's retreating figure. Like a dragon from the 9 heavens, he charged forward. The entire hall was filled with cold light like a tide, illuminating the entire hall. His target was Yin Gu, whose body was severely damaged. Yin Gu felt as if he was in the middle of an ocean of horrifying sword light. Under the sword light, the sky was shattered. His own true power and even his protective treasures were all destroyed without a sound. In the next moment, his body and even his soul were about to be destroyed by the sword light. A trace of extreme fear was reflected in his eyes. Only now did Yin Gu realize how terrifying Qin Feng was. How can he be so strong? This is impossible. Yin Gu found it hard to accept. After all, a few months ago, Qin Feng had been severely injured by a mere strand of his spiritual force. Now it was the complete opposite. Despair flashed across Yan Ji's eyes. Qin Feng, get out of my way. Yin Gu belongs to me. Accompanied by an arrogant voice, a vast and domineering light descended from the sky. Seeing that Qin Feng was charging toward Yin Gu, Dong Hao could not tolerate it. He had long regarded the branch of the divine tree of life in Yan Ji's hands as his exclusive property. This time, Qin Feng was already a dead man in his eyes. Boundless light bloomed from a figure. He threw a punch, causing the void to shake. Boundless, sacred, and pure light filled every inch of the hall. Under the light, Qin Feng felt that every inch of his pores and even his soul was filled with sacred and pure light. All of his murderous thoughts, demonic thoughts, and even thoughts of becoming enemies with this person completely disappeared. His soul could not help but want to throw itself into the light. Such rich and domineering light concept. Light purification profound, light judgment profound, light protection profound, light scorching profound, and light divine profound. There are a total of 5 light profound. I'm only one step away from comprehending the great light origin. If an ordinary person were to be invaded by the light will, their soul would be severely injured, or they would simply be immersed in the vast light emitted by the other party. Even if one's will was strong enough to withstand the light will, they would most likely be disturbed by the light will and not be able to unleash half of their strength. Qin Feng's soul was abnormally strong and his martial arts was as tough as steel. His eyes were filled with shock as he suddenly saw the ferocious punch coming toward him. "Take my punch too." Black Tortoise Yin Yang Dao. A blazing battle intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he suddenly pounced toward the figure. The 280 black tortoise true acupoints in his body vibrated, and a barbaric power appeared in his palm. In Qin Feng's mind, the second form of the yin-yang revolution of the black tortoise yin-yang Dao appeared in his mind. His body was like a tidal wave. It rose high and fell heavily. He threw a punch. Roar, roar, roar. An earth-shattering ancient beast roar appeared in Qin Feng's palm. The void shattered and the earth cracked. The violent power shattered the vast light. What? Dong Hao's expression changed drastically. He felt an abnormally terrifying force bombarding him, like a primordial black tortoise's palm. The radiant fist intent was directly suppressed, and the third-level heavenly Dao realm radiant true force in his body was on the verge of collapse. It was difficult to circulate, and his bones were on the verge of being crushed by this palm. He's actually so strong. My Great Light Fist art is the core, true inheritance of the Great Sunlight Temple, that bastard Shiyin. It's said that when cultivated to the highest realm, one can even open up a kingdom of light in the void with their bare hands. Although I've only cultivated the first form of the Great Light Fist art, it's not something an ordinary sea wheel expert can compare to. Yet, this person actually shattered such a powerful force with a single palm. How can there be such a terrifying meridians condensation realm expert in this world? Using his movement technique, Dong Hao's body shuttled back and forth like a stream of light. After half a breath, Dong Hao appeared dozens of feet away. Rumble. On the spot, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the sturdy floor of the temple. Dong Hao's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. One had to know that this temple was protected by the divine power of the ancient mountain god. An ordinary sea wheel expert's full-force attack might not even cause a crack. Qin Feng's attack actually caused the floor tiles to split open. The cracks on the floor gradually closed. This place was protected by the divine power of the ancient mountain god. He actually dodged it. Qin Feng's figure appeared on the spot. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This Dong Hao was extremely dangerous. The light force was a powerful attribute of true force. Especially this Dong Hao who seemed to have begun to comprehend the light origin. He had comprehended many kinds of light profound. The difference between comprehending and not comprehending was huge. Qin Feng knew in his heart that if it wasn't for his solid foundation and the fact that he had cultivated the star true force of the extreme third stage, he would have been at a disadvantage even if he used those few great divine powers. Should I use the Great Light Realm to keep this person here? At this moment, my 6 light profound have already formed the embryonic form of the Great Light Realm. It will only take a few days for it to reach perfection. However, the Great Light Realm is currently at its weakest point. Qin Feng is the most abnormal. A mere meridians condensation realm expert is actually so powerful. He might have some of the trump cards. If the Great Light Realm that I painstakingly condenses is destroyed, it will not be worth it. Dao comprehension, Dao fusion, Dao unification, and Dao validation. Dong Hao had already comprehended the light origin. As long as he could turn the Great Light Realm into a real inner world, he would be able to advance to the martial overlord realm. Qin Feng glanced at Dong Hao as he speculated in his heart. No matter what, I have to keep Yinge here today. Although Dong Hao is strong, there is still a chance to keep him here. If Dong Hao insists on obstructing me, I will kill him here even if I have to suffer heavy injuries. At this moment, Dong Hao suddenly said, Qin Feng, I can leave Yinge to you. However, I want the branch in his hand. Chapter 453. Spiritual roots were extremely rare resources, especially for martial arts experts who had just established their inner worlds or those who were about to establish their inner worlds. Spirit roots had the ability to stabilize one's inner world or mystic realm. In present times, most martial arts experts called their intrinsic inner worlds a mystic realm, unlike later generations who called it an inner world. Mystic realms were divided into several realms, newborn mystic realms, small mystic realms, medium mystic realms, and large mystic realms. A newborn mystic realm was like a baby. It was born with nothing. Typically, newborn mystic realms were like sand or seawater. They were simple and lacked vitality. Managing a newborn mystic realm was like taking care of a baby. Most of the time, a stay-at-home dad would not be able to leave. It required a martial arts expert to take care of it at all times. It required a lot of effort to manage and stabilize it. Of course, if one had a divine grade spirit root, the martial arts expert would not need to constantly watch over it like a stay-at-home dad. It was to prevent the small mystic realm from losing its yuan qi due to the absence of the martial arts expert supply, causing it to wither and die. A newborn mystic realm would absorb a portion of the void's yuan qi from the endless void to replenish itself. However, most of it relied on the martial arts expert's body to transform into a spirit vein to condense yuan qi. At this stage, martial arts experts would typically inject the spiritual items they had gathered before breaking through to the martial overlord realm into the newborn mystic realm to help it evolve. Of course, this also allowed them to free themselves and have more time to cultivate. Qin Feng's Chaos Heavens was at this stage. Qin Feng was trying his best to find more spiritual items and spirit roots to replace himself. They could help condense yuan qi and aid the newborn mystic realm. Typical pulse condensation realm experts were unable to have newborn mystic realms, but Qin Feng was a special case. If he had not found spirit roots one after another, or even the chaos tree in the divine grade spirit root, Qin Feng would have been a stay-at-home dad in the chaos heavens for the rest of his life. He would not be able to free himself until the chaos heavens collapsed and his yuan qi dried up. The next stage of a newborn mystic realm was a small mystic realm. At this stage, a mystic realm was like a 7 or 8-year-old child. It had already passed its weakest stage and could bear a certain amount of life. It could condense a mystic realm divine artifact and help the mystic realm operate. At this stage, a small mystic realm would be able to produce its true might. It could plant precious spirit herbs, ancient herbs, and divine herbs. But what followed was the beginning of the chaos calamity. The great chaos calamity came from the void. Earth, water, wind, fire, great thunder calamity, great void calamity. After each calamity, the secret realm would transform and become stronger. Just like martial arts experts, they would become stronger again and again through the tribulations until they became immortal. Martial arts experts who had survived the first chaos tribulation were qualified to be called almighties. If a small secret realm was like a 7 or 8-year-old toddler, mid-sized secret realms were like teenagers. They could temporarily break away from the state of being constantly fed by martial arts experts. They only needed to be guided. Large-scale secret realms were like adults. They were already self-sufficient and could even create unimaginable wealth. In the end, they would transform into a nation of demons. Qin Feng knew that there must be a large secret realm in the deepest part of Xingqian school. Only a large secret realm could truly support a first-rate sect. It was even possible that this large-scale mystic realm was close to the demon god's kingdom. Qin Feng's Chaos Heavens was originally a large-scale mystic realm. He had plundered the wealth accumulated by countless sects over 10,000 years. Spirit veins and spirit roots were already close to a fiend celestial nation, but when he was reborn, his soul was severely injured, causing the mystic realm to collapse and shrink. The branch in Yin Ji's hand was extremely similar to the legendary divine tree of life's branch. The divine tree of life and the chaos tree were both famous life elemental spirit roots. Although Yengu only had one life elemental spirit root, it was still far inferior to the original life elemental spirit root. However, its value was in no way inferior. Dong Hao had already constructed the embryonic form of the Great Radiance Dharma world. Once his Origins of Light was perfected, he could use it to truly create the Great Radiance mystic realm. He needed a spirit root to suppress the Great Radiance mystic realm. You can't take away the branch in his hand. Grabbing Yingu, Qin Feng gave him a cold glance. An invisible quintessential force restrained Yengu as he casually took away the branch in Yenji's arms. Yengu is my prey. As he sized up the emerald green branch in his hand and sensed the extremely pure, vital aura, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Yengu watched helplessly as Qin Feng took away the tree of life branch in his arms. Yet, he was unable to resist. He could not muster any quintessential force as his face flushed red. He felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yengu stared at Qin Feng with bloodshot eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation before. What are you looking at? With a smack, Yengu fell to the ground. Dong Hao watched as Qin Feng took away the tree of life branch from Yenji's arms with a cold expression. Qin Feng, do you really want to meddle in this? The one who interferes is probably you, Dong Hao, right? Yengu was my prey to begin with. You were the one who interfered, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. How dare you distort the truth when you snatch it from me? Qin Feng secretly sucked the tree of life branch into the chaos heavens as his gloomy eyes landed on Dong Hao. Dong Hao, you can't leave now. If you're smart, leave all the treasures on you behind in exchange for your life. If you say no, don't blame me for disregarding our ties as fellow disciples. I heard that you inner sect disciples had plotted against the great sunlight radiant temple's inherited teachings disciple, Shiyin, and obtained some treasures from the great sunlight radiant temple. I'm rather interested in this matter as well. Take it out. Qin Feng looked Dong Hao up and down. The great sunlight temple was once a first-rate faction after all. Even though it had been defeated and a portion of its heritage had been plundered, it was said that many treasures had been leaked out. Shiyin was once a disciple of the great sunlight temple, and he knew a portion of such secrets. Unfortunately, Shiyin had been plotted against by some inner sect disciples and even inherited teachings disciples during the All-Star meet. Some of the secrets had been divided among them. Dong Hao was taken aback before he laughed out of anger. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Qin Feng, who do you think you are? You're only a disciple from a humble family that has just advanced into an inner court disciple. Yet you dare speak arrogantly of plundering my, Dong Hao's, possessions? You're truly like a toad yawning. What high-sounding sentiments! Today, I'll completely crush you and seize all your fortune. I presume that since you're able to crush some great figures at the sea transformation realm with a meridian condensation realm cultivation, you surely possess some secrets. It just so happens that I'll take all the branches of the tree of life. Their expressions were icy cold as killing intent overflowed from them, and they were about to make a move. Right at this moment, a rumble resounded out from the nearby sixth palace, and an enormous commotion appeared. Dong Hao's face twitched as he seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of anxiousness flashed past his eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually couldn't be bothered to look for trouble with Qin Feng as his figure flashed out of Clear Screen Palace. What's wrong with this fellow? Why did he suddenly give up? In the next moment, Qin Feng reacted to it. This sixth palace was different from the other palaces. According to Ji Huang, Er's information, the sixth palace seemed to be concealing a special treasure. Thinking about the treasure that was about to appear, Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion. Qin Feng was about to chase after Dong Hao when he suddenly stopped. Qin Feng looked around and glanced at the crippled Yin Gu on the ground, as well as the extreme thunder source on the wall. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes, but he quickly gave up on this idea. These two were inner disciples of Xingqian School. Inner disciples were the backbone of Xingqian School, and they had the Xingqian School's backup plan. If he killed these two, his body would probably be infected with some curse or tracking secret technique. Killing fellow disciples was a great taboo in the sect. Once caught, he would be sent to the Heaven's Punishment Platform to be beheaded. However, Qin Feng didn't intend to let the two of them off just like that. His figure flashed, and after a short moment, he searched the two of them. He even took off their underwear and searched them a few times. After confirming that the two of them were empty, Qin Feng took the remaining two treasures and left the clear screen hall with large strides, charging towards the sixth sub-hall. In the hall, Yin Gu and Lei Buyuan were both naked. They exchanged glances with each other. Their faces were ashen and red like a pig's liver. They were both furious and ashamed. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they gritted their teeth. Qin Feng. Chapter 454. After walking out of the fifth hall, Qin Feng checked his gains. Yin Gu and the extreme lightning origins did not carry many treasures with them. Apart from the Tree of Life branch, there was only a sword and a purple lightning saber. The sword was a mid-grade spirit sword, while the purple lightning saber had lightning swirling around it. It was also of extraordinary quality. Other than that, there was nothing else. Clearly, the duo had placed all their important treasures in their dimensional spaces. Only Yinggu had suffered heavy losses. He had used the Tree of Life branch to recuperate, allowing Qin Feng to seize the opportunity to search for the treasure. The Tree of Life was a divine spirit root of the same grade as the Chaos Tree. It was not easy for the Tree of Life branch to grow after leaving the trunk. It would be extremely difficult for the typical martial Dao expert to germinate the Tree of Life branch after obtaining it. This was also the most important reason why Dong Hao gave up on the Tree of Life branch. Dong Hao knew that even if he obtained the Tree of Life branch, he might not be able to germinate the spirit root. Although Dong Hao appeared rash, he was a smart person. He knew when to give up. However, if others might not be able to germinate the Tree of Life branch, it was not necessarily impossible for Qin Feng. With the Spring of Life, Qin Feng could even germinate the Chaos Tree with vitality. At that moment, the Chaos Heavens was filled with resplendent light. The divine splendor was rich, as though it was a divine realm. Rich Yuan Qi filled the Chaos landmass as it was filled with rich vitality. Spirit roots vied with one another for beauty. The Chaos Tree, Sui Tree, Earth Yellow Lotus, and 3 Calabash spirit roots. Around the Spring of Life, the 9 nether-curved lotus had already germinated. It was a strange pitch-black lotus flower spirit root. It was condensing the Chaos Heavens mystic realm's in-elemental Yuan Qi, preventing the Yuan Qi from wreaking havoc in the mystic realm. By the side, an ancient tree sapling had already germinated. It took root around the Spring of Life and shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. The slender sapling even had scales that resembled a true dragon. An extremely pure dragon aura flowed within the sapling. Qin Feng saw an ancient word in 2 golden leaves. Dragon. This was the dragon blood ancient tree, a divine tree of the dragon clan. The dragon chi it emitted could help any dragon subspecies evolve into a true dragon quickly. The crimson dragon egg that Qin Feng had snatched fell into the Chaos Heavens mystic realm and immediately seemed to stick to the ancient tree. The crimson dragon egg absorbed wisps of pure dragon aura emitted by the dragon blood ancient tree. The eggshell turned crystalline as the patterns on it turned even more intricate. Essence chi lingered around it. In a mineral vein in the west, above the heart of aged metal, there was a black iron-colored sapling that emitted a rich metal elemental aura. It was doing its best to condense the drifting metal gases in the Chaos Heavens, creating a metal elemental paradise. In addition, there were many exotic flowers and herbs scattered throughout the Chaos Heavens. They gathered vitality and spiritual energy, competing in beauty. This place seemed to be a secret realm of inheritance of a 10,000-year-old family. In terms of heritage, Qin Feng's Chaos Heavens mystic realm's heritage far surpassed that of some small mystic realms. If this value were to be exposed, perhaps even Supremes would go crazy over it. Thankfully, I obtained the Chaos Tree fragment and nurtured the Chaos Tree sapling. I'm using the Chaos Tree's powers to temporarily suppress the Chaos Heavens mystic realm. If not, with my present strength, I would die from exhaustion even if I cultivated the connate primordial chaos unity chi that's said to have the best foundation. Looking at his wealth, Qin Feng felt a strong sense of accomplishment. With such heritage, it would not be a problem for him to survive the first chaos calamity in the Chaos Heavens. Once he broke through to the Nirvana realm, he would definitely be able to become a mighty figure with his heritage. When the Tree of Life's branches landed in the Spring of Life, They rapidly transformed as they absorbed the rich vital essence in the spring of life. The tree of life began sprouting roots. Qin Feng glanced at the tree of life before his gaze immediately landed on the sixth palace. Rumble. Boom. Boom. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the sixth palace from time to time. From the looks of it, the Xingqian school's people were already out of their minds. Upon thinking of the treasures that might exist in the sixth palace, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. In the sixth palace, rumble. Many Xingqian school disciples were attacking with all their might. Xiaoyu, Huolei, Yin Shui, Mo Zishi, Lu Baiyuan, and Yuan Chuxing were joining forces to suppress Zhong Wuxiang. Among them, Xiaoyu was the strongest. Amidst a dark glow, a projection of the world appeared. This world had mountains, seas, trees, and clouds. There were even the shadows of pavilions amidst the clouds. It looked like a real world that spanned 10,000 feet. He punched out as though he was throwing out all the powers of the world. Rumble. Boom. The entire sixth palace nearly exploded. Only a top inner disciple, like Zhong Wuxiang, could withstand such an attack. But even so, Zhong Wuxiang's usual playfulness had vanished. His figure changed as though he was a water mirror, borrowing the strength of others to attack. The few of them were fighting over 2 jade boxes. Inside the jade boxes were 12 crystalline pearls the size of soybeans that emitted a hazy white luster. The restrictions on the jade boxes had already been forcefully cracked by someone. At the entrance of the palace, they immediately saw the items when they entered. It really is the Orb of Will. Qin Feng was no stranger to the Orb of Will. In the main cities of the various countries in the realm of myriad stars, there were temples set up by a Xingqian school. Xingqian school would send experts to guard the place. Every other year, they would enter the main cities to harvest the orbs. The Orb of Will was a good thing. This soybean-sized Orb of Will was the crystallization of the prayers of thousands of people for a year. Of course, the Orb of Will was not for martial arts experts to eat. It was for the food of the secret realm. The Orb of Will contained the essence of the power of will. It was a miraculous item that could sublimate the souls of countless living beings. It was the best supplement for the secret realm. But with the Orb of Will, the secret realm would grow rapidly. If a normal martial arts expert maintained the secret realm by himself, he would have to work hard for hundreds of years to stabilize the secret realm and get rid of his status as a stay-at-home dad. But with the Orb of Will, as long as he fed it one every month, the secret realm would be able to stabilize on its own. If he fed it thousands of orbs in one go, he would be able to get rid of his status as a stay-at-home dad in just a few years and upgrade the newborn secret realm to a small-scale secret realm. If there were more orbs of will, the secret realm would be able to upgrade even faster. But the Orb of Will was a rare item. In Xingqian school, even an inner disciple could only receive 2 orbs every month. True disciples were slightly wealthier. And according to what Qin Feng knew, the Orb of Will was the real currency in the 72 sections. Gold, silver, and crystal stones could be used to buy some ordinary spirit medicine. But if they encountered something really good, martial arts experts would only recognize the Orb of Will. On the other side, Qin Feng saw Yiding. On the table not far from Yiding was a box full of orbs of will. It looked like there were at least a few hundred orbs. This was a huge sum of money. Yiding's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Dong Hao, Wei Huang, Shi Qing, and even a few other inner disciples of Xingqian school surrounded Yiding with a stern look on their faces. They were pressuring him step by step. Yiding, let go. You can't beat us all alone. We're not asking for much. We only want 90% of the orbs of will in this box. There are at least 1,000 orbs of will in this box. You could get at least 100 more. Chapter 455. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the battle in the Grand Hall and was somewhat disinterested. 1,000 orbs of will might seem like a sizable sum to other inner sect disciples, but it was nothing much to Qin Feng. As an apothecary, as long as Qin Feng broke through the body of a martial overlord, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a 6th-grade apothecary grandmaster. For a sixth-grade apothecary, a cauldron of pills was definitely worth more than 1,000 orbs of will, especially since the orbs of will in the chest were low-grade ones. There were 3 grades of orbs of will. Low-grade orbs of will were produced from a year's worth of willpower from 1,000 people. Above that were mid-grade and high-grade. Mid-grade orbs of will were produced from a year's worth of willpower from 10,000 people. They were the size of a pearl and were completely white and sparkling. High-grade orbs of will were produced from a year's worth of willpower from 100,000 people. They were the size of a pigeon's egg. In Qin Feng's Chaos Heaven's mystic realm, there were many spirit roots. Even the 3 gourd spirit roots of the worst quality were worth more than 1,000 mid-grade orbs of will. Other than the chest of orbs of will, all the other treasures in the Grand Hall had been plundered clean. Qin Feng's gaze landed on a few inner sect disciples in the Grand Hall as his eyes emitted a golden glow. Although these inner sect disciples were strong, Qin Feng knew with a single glance that he could defeat most of them in a one-on-one battle. Qin Feng had the intention of robbing everyone to see if he could get some treasures. However, considering how many people there were, he could only give up. Turning to leave the 6th hall, Qin Feng's figure moved towards the 7th hall. After 100 steps, he appeared at the entrance of the 7th hall. The 7th hall, Extreme Sword Hall. The 7th hall was empty. Qin Feng swept his gaze across it, and it looked like a hall where giants lived. There were only some ancient murals that described the past glory of this place. In the hall, there were signs of restrictions being broken. Clearly, there were some treasures in the hall, but some people had broken through the restrictions and taken them away. Qin Feng carefully sized up the restrictions. They were restrictions at the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm and above. Looks like there's someone capable among the inner disciples. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Then, he walked out of the 7th palace and looked at the last auxiliary palace beside the main palace. Upper Temple. The upper extreme hall was located right next to the main hall. Clearly, the master of the upper extreme hall had once been extremely favored by the creator of the secret realm, the ancient mountain god. The 8th sub-palace was exceptionally luxurious. Its style was grand and imposing, and there was a trace of majesty in its nobility. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The master of the upper extreme hall was most likely a direct disciple of the ancient mountain god, or perhaps a descendant of the ancient mountain god. Outside the upper extreme hall, Qin Feng sensed a residual divine power fluctuation. There used to be some very powerful restrictions here, but with the destruction of the temple, the restrictions outside had lost their effectiveness over the years. Qin Feng's figure moved gracefully. He was on high alert as he quietly appeared in the 8th palace. The 8th palace looked even more luxurious, unlike the previous palaces that were empty and had been plundered clean. 18 golden jade pillars that looked like heavenly pillars towered into the sky, and one couldn't see the end of them. The dome of the 8th palace was transparent, and there were slight waves above it. Clouds lingered around it, and there were rows of golden peak cloud thrones on both sides. There seemed to be no less than 100 of them. At the very top, there was a huge divine throne that was as majestic as a mountain. Although there was no longer a master on the throne, one could still feel a surge of pressure from it. Qin Feng saw an extremely shocking scene. It was as if he had suddenly arrived in the depths of the endless spiritual mountains. A demonic god shrouded in yellow light sat on the divine throne, ruling over countless spiritual mountains. In a palace, countless ancient sovereigns were bowing to this demonic god. 5-mountain god, ruling over the myriad mountains, the most benevolent and great, the longevity of the heavens. His majesty, ruling over the rivers and mountains for thousands of generations. His majesty, 5-mountain god, ruling over the ages, the god of the myriad mountains, reigning supreme for us. Many sovereigns with majestic auras bowed down and bowed. Just by looking at these sovereigns and feeling their auras, Qin Feng felt as if his soul was about to collapse. Just at this moment, this devil god suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feng, who suddenly appeared with a dignified gaze. "How dare you? Who dares to spy on the true god? How dare you spy on the true god's palace? How dare you?" How dare you? The sovereigns looked over and shouted. Their gazes were like countless sharp blades that could shatter mountains and rivers and shatter the void. Qin Feng's body seemed to be nailed to the ground by the many gazes, and he couldn't move at all. Those gazes were like death gods that could steal one's soul, especially the gaze on the main throne. The moment that gaze stared at Qin Feng's soul creaked as if it was being suppressed by a divine mountain. His entire body was in intense pain, and his soul, limbs, and bones were twisted as if he couldn't bear it. Rumble. Suddenly, this soul shattered with a loud bang. The pain of being torn apart attacked the soul, making one go crazy. Qin Feng's state of mind didn't change. Slowly, the scene of being killed by the demonic god in an instant became less shocking. Qin Feng originally wanted to re-visualize the abyss demon diagram, but with a thought, he activated the ancient heart demon scripture, and his soul transformed into a supreme demon. This supreme demon laughed strangely and turned into a sky full of demonic aura that swept into the demonic god's palace like a torrent. How dare you? The sovereign's expressions changed, and they all attacked. Many great divine abilities bombarded him. There was no lack of great abilities on the mystical ability ranking. However, that supreme demon was derived from Qin Feng's strength when he was at his peak, and it could be said to be the ancestor of the heart demon. The sovereigns were considered powerful, but they had emotions and desires. They were instantly dragged into the torrent by the black aura after being tainted by a trace of the heart demon's aura. In just a short moment, this tranquil and majestic mystic ability turned into an endless demon domain. In the blink of an eye, the supreme demon formed by Qin Feng's soul devoured the essence, spirit, and soul of the sovereigns. On the main seat, the mountain god looked at this scene coldly. Huff, huff. Countless demonic aura rippled as it devoured the sovereigns. The strength of that supreme demon skyrocketed, and it wasn't any weaker than a demonic god. It had truly become the ancestor of the supreme demonic sections. At this moment, the demonic god on the main seat struck. With a palm that covered the sky, there were thousands of illusory images of spiritual mountains in his palm. This palm contained the power of countless spiritual mountains in the world. The void, true spirits, gods, demons, and even the heavens were all suppressed by this palm. The gigantic palm pressed down on the supreme demon, and the world seemed to be descending along with it. Law of the demonic Tao. Demon slaughters all living beings. That supreme demon sneered coldly. In the void, his body shattered the void as he struck out with the supreme law of the demonic Tao. The black light shattered countless spiritual mountains, and like a sharp blade, it slashed through the chest of that demonic god, cleaving him into two. That demonic god's body was cleaved into two. However, it wasn't completely dead, and it was about to reconstruct its true body. Want to revive? I'll devour you. The supreme demon laughed maniacally. Boundless demonic aura gushed out and turned into a ferocious demonic dragon. With a loud bang, it devoured the two halves of the demonic god's body and circulated its supreme demonic skill to refine the demonic god to death. The moment this demonic god was refined to death, the palace, divine throne, white clouds, and the massacred sovereigns disappeared before his eyes. Qin Feng realized that he had appeared in front of an ancient palace. Everything that had happened earlier was like a dream, but it felt so real. Especially when he devoured that demonic god at the end. That feeling of satisfaction lingered in his heart for a long time. In the next moment, the changes in his soul gave Qin Feng a shock. His soul seemed to have eaten something extremely nutritious as it suddenly emitted an incomparably cool white glow. His soul underwent a series of changes. After a while, it seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Suddenly, with a bang, it turned into the appearance of the demonic ancestor in his dream. It was majestic, domineering, and evil. There was a horrifying aura of demonization around him. This was the true body of the soul. Only martial arts magnates had the true body of the soul. Chapter 456. There's still a trace of a demon god's remnant consciousness in the eighth palace. After devouring the remnant consciousness of the demon god, not only did his soul break through and condense into a soul-true body, but some incomplete information about this demon god appeared in Qin Feng's mind. This Earth's secret realm was called the Mountain Secret Realm. This demon god was called the Five Mountain God. He was the personal disciple of the ruler of this Earth's secret realm, the ancient mountain god. When he was alive, his realm was similar to Qin Feng's when he was at his peak. He was also half a step into the ascendant state. The ancient mountain god had encountered a terrifying enemy when he was alive. When he suddenly disappeared, the Earth's secret realm was exposed, and he also encountered an unprecedented enemy. In the memories of the Five Mountain God, Qin Feng saw a seven-colored brilliance that swept across the entire mountain secret realm. The entire mountain secret realm withered like an ancient tree that had its vitality sucked out. Countless spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and living beings died. The vitality of the mountain secret realm seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. Even the Five Mountain God, who was about to enter the demon god realm, only lasted for a few breaths before he disappeared. If even the strongest Five Mountain God couldn't withstand it, the other experts were even more miserable. Their vitality was sucked out in an instant, and they turned into quicksand. The mountain secret realm was about to die. The Five Mountain Gods struggled and activated the ancient mountain god's backup plan. He used an ancient void talisman to banish the mountain secret realm from the void, allowing the mountain secret realm to escape. Even so, the entire mountain secret realm was severely damaged. It degenerated from a huge demon god nation into a medium-sized secret realm. The mountain secret realm's countless years of resources were all taken away overnight. When he thought of that seven-colored brilliance, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill from the depths of his soul. Too terrifying. That was definitely a demon god. Those below the demon god were ants. This wasn't just a simple sentence. When he opened his eyes, the scenery of the eighth palace appeared before him. Qin Feng didn't look at the treasures in the eighth palace. Instead, he flipped the long sword in his hand and slashed out with the North Underworld Godly Water Sword. The North Underworld Godly Water Sword vibrated and was surrounded by a layer of yellow light that had never been there before. Buzz. The void was buzzing. A black singularity suddenly appeared at a certain point in the void, and in the next moment, it exploded. Qin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. This attack was much more natural and relaxed than when he had forcefully fused with the stone sword. It was no longer stiff, and he seemed to be lifting something heavy, as if it was light. Good. After obtaining some of the profound meanings of earth, mountains, earth veins, gravity, suppression, and so on, I've finally mastered the tidal extermination sword intent and the sword intent of earth contained in the stone sword and fused them perfectly. Qin Feng's eyes were burning. Now that the two sword intents had completely merged, his combat power had more than doubled. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the eighth palace as he walked in. Due to the protection of the fiend god's remnant will, no one was able to enter the eighth hall. A screen, a bronze glazed cup, a tea table, a wine cup, and a table. Qin Feng opened the chaos heaven's mystic realm, sucking everything in the hall into it. At the end of the day, something that the Five Mountain Gods valued was definitely not something simple. The tea table and the table were refined from 10,000-year-old pear blossom spirit wood. The screen was carved from supreme-grade jade essence. The bronze glass cup and the wine cup were refined from bronze ores. They were all treasures. The tea table and the table landed in a corner of the chaos continent. Qin Feng used the water of life to water it, and the remaining vitality was immediately stimulated. It took root and sprouted, producing a few pear blossom spirit with saplings. Qin Feng landed in an earth vein, producing a jade or vein. The bronze glass cup and the wine cup landed in the west. The bronze ores absorbed the golden gases emitted by the great desolate sago tree to produce a new bronze or vein. Qin Feng's figure wreaked havoc like a gust of wind. He searched the eighth palace from top to bottom more than 10 times, even digging out the pearls on the walls. Finally, his gaze landed on the most damaged golden seat in the hall. On the tea table in front of the golden seat, there was a treasure box carved from the heart of a 100,000-year-old golden sycamore tree. According to the five mountain gods' memories, the treasure box contained the five-mountain golden seal refined by the five mountain gods. It was refined from five extremely rare divine rocks in the world. It was extremely powerful. With a glint in his eyes, Qin Feng took one step after another as he scanned the area with his perception. Seeing that there were no restrictions around the wooden box, he immediately opened it. Puffed. A wisp of sand flew out, filling the sky with dust. Qin Feng suddenly recalled that this item had blocked a fatal blow for the five mountain gods. It had already been completely destroyed, losing all of its divine splendor. Feeling slightly depressed, Qin Feng scanned the box, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The golden box was made from the heart of a 100,000-year-old golden sycamore tree. The golden sycamore tree was a supreme-grade spirit root among the sycamore spirit roots. This spirit root was the favorite of the phoenix, true spirit. If it could bathe in the phoenix's flames of nirvana, the spirit root might be able to advance again. If it could be planted, the chaos heavens would have another rare spirit root. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered as he rubbed the golden wooden box. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed as his fingers seemed to touch a round object. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the mellow feeling and saw an earthy yellow bead embedded in the wooden box appear in front of his eyes. It was embedded in the side of the wooden box and emitted an earthen yellow luster. A corporeal five-mountain earth essence energy emanated from a bead. Qin Feng's earth elemental spirit meridians stirred as though they were about to rush out and devour the bead. Mountain God Bead. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This was his goal in entering the mountain mystic realm. The mountain god bead contained the mountain soul of Mount Numinous blessed land. It was a treasure bead condensed over an unknown period of time. It was an earth elemental divine item. If he was given time, he might be able to produce a true mountain god. Qin Feng held back his pleasant surprise. With this item, he could finally conjure the earth elemental divine mountain in his five-mountain mystic technique. He revealed a smile. What he lost at the swings, he gained at the swings. After fusing the wooden box into the chaos heavens mystic realm, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings. Seeing that there was nothing to be found, he immediately walked out of the 8th hall. Looking at the mountain's main hall, Qin Feng's expression turned heavy. After obtaining the remnant memories of five mountain god, Qin Feng knew that this was the mountain god's main hall. Before the mountain god vanished, he had sealed the main hall with his peerless dermic powers. Before five mountain god died, he had attempted to enter the divine hall. However, he encountered something extremely terrifying after entering. Even his soul was damaged. As for what it was, five mountain gods' remnant memories were extremely vague. According to Qin Feng's years of experience in searching various mystic realms and ruins, the mountain's main hall might contain the means of the mountain god's rebirth. Some ancient existences had astounding strength. Such existences were very difficult to kill. They would typically set up many contingencies. Even if they perished, they would use certain means to revive. Qin Feng wore a hesitant expression. Without a doubt, there were extremely rare treasures in the mountain's divine hall. However, it was just too dangerous inside. It was even possible that the mountain god himself was undergoing a nirvanic rebirth inside. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to enter to take a look. It's a pity not to enter. Besides, with my attainments in array formations and restrictions, even if I can't obtain any treasures, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 457. When Qin Feng walked out of the 8th palace, a few unfamiliar young men and women also walked out from the other damaged side palaces. Seeing Qin Feng walk out of the 8th palace, a few exceptionally strong inner disciples were slightly surprised. It wasn't that they didn't search the 8th palace, but without exception, they were blocked by the remnant divine sense outside the 8th palace. At this moment, Yi Ding, Zhong Wu Xiang, and the rest walked out from the Sixth Palace. The group of people seemed to have stopped fighting. However, many of their faces were pale, as if their vitality was greatly damaged. Xiaoyu, Huolei, Mo Zishi, Yin Shui, and Yuan Chuxing were obviously at a disadvantage. Among them, Huolei even lost an arm. Mo Zishi, Yin Shui, and Yuan Chuxing's faces were ugly. Xiaoyu was slightly better, but when his gaze landed on Zhong Wu Xiang, his expression turned cold. On the other side, Yi Ding was calm and composed, while Dong Hao, Wei Huang, Shi Qing, and the rest were gloomy. Their combined strength was unable to suppress Yi Ding, and their treasures were snatched away by him. Their expressions were indifferent. Seeing Qin Feng walk out from the Eighth Palace, Yi Ding's eyes turned cold. His gaze swept across the Eighth Palace from the corner of his eyes, and his expression was uncertain. Beside Yi Ding, Yu Fuqian remained silent. Yi Ding's gaze swept across Yu Fuqian, and he secretly transmitted his voice. Junior brother Yu, you don't have to worry. It's just a concubine. This Qin Feng won't be arrogant for long. Once he dies, everything he has will belong to you and me. Yu Fuqian gritted his teeth and nodded secretly. Zhong Wuxiang walked over from Yi Ding's side. When he saw Yi Ding's fearful expression, he instantly smiled and walked in front of Qin Feng. So it's Azure Dragon Institute's Qin Feng, the new inner disciple. I didn't expect to see junior brother Qin here. This senior brother is? Qin Feng looked at the extraordinary white-clothed youth in surprise. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He was handsome and looked like an elegant prince. Although he was an inner disciple of Xingqian school, he didn't look like an ordinary inner disciple. Instead, he had an unconventional aura. I am Zhong Wu Xiang, a disciple of Kong Jin Feng. I saw you during the Snow Region trial. Back then, I thought highly of you and focused on Xiao Yuchan, Lu Qingyang, Du Pingxia, and the others. I didn't think that I would miss a gem and let senior brother Li of Neo Jin Feng take advantage of you. Zhong Wu Xiang couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Who would have thought that in the short span of a year, the young man who had been at the bottom of the fourth celestial stage in the Shuiyu trials would have such achievements that he was not inferior to them, the inner disciples. Such a cultivation speed was shocking. Those peerless geniuses in the sect are nothing more than this. So it's senior brother Zhong from Kongjin Peak. I've heard so much about you. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. Zhong Wuxiang was quite famous in the inner disciples. He was called Young Master Shui Jing, and his strength was one of the best in the inner disciples of the 28 Peaks. These inner disciples from the 28 Peaks were different from Xiaoyu, Huolei, and the other inner disciples who wandered outside the 28 Peaks. Junior brother Qin, you flatter me. I heard that junior brother Qin is a level 4 alchemist. It's rare for you to reach level 4 at such a young age. Even in the 72 sects, it's rare. In the future, I'll have to rely on junior brother. Zhong Wuxiang smiled. He didn't hide his intention to befriend Qin Feng. On the side, some of the inner disciples' expressions changed. They naturally knew Zhong Wu Xiang's identity. Although this guy was always smiling, no matter who he was, he looked very friendly. In fact, he was the most arrogant. Looking at Zhong Wu Xiang's appearance, he didn't just want to greet Qin Feng. He wanted to befriend him sincerely. Well said, well said. Qin Feng cupped his hands in salute. Senior brother Zhong, who is this young talent in our sect? Why didn't you introduce him to us? At this moment, another handsome young man and woman walked over. These people sized up Qin Feng with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Qin Feng looked over. These 4 young men and women had a unique temperament. With one look, he could tell that they weren't ordinary inner disciples. The banner they exuded was much stronger than ordinary sea reincarnation realm experts. Qin Feng's eyes were like torches. Some of them had even reached the great circle of 6 profound mysteries and had a vast aura. Junior brother Qin Feng, let me introduce you. These are also inner disciples of our Xingqian school. This is my junior brother Kong Jin Feng, Rin Xiaoyao. Qin Feng followed Zhong Wuxiang's finger and saw a young man in linen clothes who was carrying a long sword on his back. This young man's black hair was messy, and he had a long sword on his back. He looked very easygoing. Junior brother Qin, it's an honor to meet you. Qin Feng nodded his head. This is Water Wall, Peaks, Jiang Chao. A handsome young master in blue clothes smiled as he hugged his sword. When Qin Feng's gaze swept past Jiang Chao, his expression changed slightly. On Jiang Chao's body, Qin Feng felt a power of the same origin. It belonged to the water profound mysteries. Energy resonance. Jiang Chao had also noticed this. It seems like this junior brother Qin's attainments in the water profound mysteries are rather deep. However, I've only heard that his control over the fire profound mysteries has reached perfection. I've never heard of him comprehending the water profound mysteries. These two are Chao Zhan and Zaiqian. Chao Zhan and Zaiqian. Qin Feng had heard of these two people before. These two people were very famous. Back then, they were also disciples of the All-Stars College. One came from the White Tiger Institution, and the other came from the Black Tortoise Institution. Today, in the Hall of Honor at the back of the All-Stars College, there are still records of their deeds. These two were also legends of the All-Stars College. They were the pioneers that many geniuses saw as role models. Chao Zhan and Zaiqian nodded their heads slightly, looking somewhat cold. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wuxiang's expression changed. He thought to himself, I've heard that Chao Zhan and Zaiqian have been close to Yi Ding recently. Yi Ding is one of that person's people. Among the top 10 direct disciples, that person is the most outstanding one. Although the other 9 direct disciples are also quite famous and have a high chance of inheriting the headmaster's position, that person pales in comparison. Could it be that Chao Zhan and Zaiqian are also preparing to join that person's camp? Zhong Wuxiang's expression did not change, but his heart was screaming. This is not good. Chao Zhan and Zaiqian both have considerable strength behind them. If they join that person's camp, senior brother Shi's situation will be even more difficult. Zhong Wuxiang knew very well how dangerous the battle between direct disciples was. Once he lost the upper hand, he was afraid that his situation would be worse than the inner disciples and outer disciples. This Qin Feng in front of me is not bad. He's not even 15 years old, and he's already a 4th-grade alchemist. Given some time, he may be able to become an alchemist grandmaster. If senior brother Shi can have another alchemist grandmaster under him, the gap between senior brother Shi and that person may not be impossible to close in a short time. And the most wonderful thing is that I've heard that he and Yi Ding are like fire and water. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhong Wuxiang's conversation was exceptionally amiable. Behind him, Yi Ding saw this scene. His gaze fell on Zhong Wuxiang and Qin Feng, who was talking and laughing with Zhong Wuxiang. His eyes flashed a trace of sharpness from time to time. As everyone knew, this Zhong Wuxiang was a direct disciple of that person. That person and the person behind him were mortal enemies. Qin Feng was in contact with this person. Did this mean that Qin Feng had the intention to join that person's camp? The group of people quickly walked to the door of the main hall. A few familiar figures appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was dignified. They were the 4 inner disciples of Jimu Peak. The 4 of them looked pale and leaned against the pillars. It seemed that each of them had suffered serious injuries. Chapter 458. The 4 of them were none other than Lu Ming, Jiu Qing, Hong Ling, and Jiang Fei. The 4 of them were not in good condition. Hong Ling and Jiang Fei were unconscious on the ground, and half of their bodies had turned into stone. Lu Ming and Jiu Qing's faces were strangely bronze, and one of their hands had started to turn into stone. Junior brother Lu, senior brother Jiu, what happened to you? Chao Zhan and Zaiqian frowned and walked up to the 4 of them. Their voices were filled with concern. It was obvious that they were friends with the 4 of them. We were hit by a restriction. Lu Ming and Jiu Qing stood up with bitter smiles on their faces. It's the 9 primordial stone restriction. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. This was one of the 18 types of restrictions outside the main hall. After being hit by this restriction, one's body would be petrified by the 9 primordial stones' divine light. If one could not withstand it, one's body would slowly turn into stone. What's going on inside? Where's Great Master Lianli? Zhong Wuxiang walked over. The group of people looked at Lu Ming and Jiu Qing with fervent gazes. Everyone, you'd better not ask. This is not a place that we can spy on. Let's wait for the sex experts to come before we act. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Deep fear flashed across his eyes as he recalled the scene when he entered the shrine. Seeing the flash of fear on Lu Ming's face, the group of experts looked solemn. Lu Ming and Jiu Qing were not nameless people. Most of the people present were only on par with Lu Ming and Jiu Qing. Even if they were confident that they could win a few moves, their strength was limited. Lu Ming and Jiu Qing were in such a sorry state after entering. If they were called in, they would probably end up in the same state. It's too horrible inside. You won't understand the feeling of being bombarded by all kinds of restrictive spells. If we didn't get a space-breaking spell from our master before we came here, I'm afraid all of us would have been killed as soon as we entered. Space-breaking talisman? This was an ancient talisman that could only be condensed by an almighty who had survived the chaos tribulation and gathered the power of the void. This item was extremely precious, and it could be used to teleport for a short period of time. Everyone's eyes flashed. Most of them had similar life-saving items, but they might not be useful in this shrine. Lu Ming and Jiu Qing were examples. Should we go in? Or should we inform the sex experts and ask them to refine this secret realm? Dong Hao's eyes flickered. If he asked the sex almighty to help him, there wouldn't be much to gain. At most, he would only be able to gain some points. Yi Ding, Zhong Wuxiang, Wei Huang, Shi Qing, Xia Yu, and the others had subtle looks in their eyes. Qin Feng glanced at the crowd. Qin Feng secretly sneered. Qin Feng guessed that there was no need for these people to report. Some of the almighty figures from the sect would be arriving soon. How could such a good thing happen to them? With Ji Huanger's cunning personality, she would have reported it to the sect long ago. Qin Feng felt that it was a pity. If he could survive a few chaos tribulations, he might be able to refine this mystic realm himself. Such a mystic realm was like a huge cake to a mighty figure. If the Chaos Heavens mystic realm could devour the mountain mystic realm, it would be extremely beneficial to the Chaos Heavens mystic realm. With a lithe and graceful figure, Qin Feng silently entered the main hall. Many people saw Qin Feng's figure, including Yi Ding, Dong Hao, and Zhong Wuxiang. Zhong Wuxiang frowned and shook his head. Yi Ding, Dong Hao, and company sneered, thinking that Qin Feng was asking for trouble. The main hall was grand and majestic, far surpassing the 8 auxiliary halls. Being within, Qin Feng felt as though he was an insignificant ant that had entered a majestic divine palace. With a single glance, it caused a wave of shock to arise from the hearts of others. After 100 steps, he entered the main hall. Qin Feng scanned with his spiritual perception. Immediately, countless 7-colored restrictions appeared in the darkness. 9 elemental essence stone restriction, thick earth interlocking restriction, Ewood azure god restriction, black fiend ecstasy restriction, yellow sand submerging restriction. Qin Feng set a series of restrictions. Just outside, there were a total of 18 heaven constellation restrictions. Many of them were above 12th level. Even if a martial overlord came, he would be disheartened. Unfortunately, these restrictions are useless against me. If it were 24 levels and above, they might be able to threaten me. However, these are just child's play. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He moved his feet, and his figure flashed like a loach. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng appeared a few hundred steps away. Although he wasn't afraid of the restrictions in the main hall, Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. The restrictions in the main hall were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. After 100 steps, powerful 15th, 16th, and 17th level restrictions gradually appeared. These restrictions could already threaten a martial Dao mighty figure. His spiritual perception was densely packed. It filled the void and fused with the void. The number of restrictions left Qin Feng's scalp tingling. In order to save time, Qin Feng took out the restriction breaking bead. The emerald green restriction breaking bead swept out with a green light, and countless restrictions appeared in the void. The light pierced through, and some of the restrictions melted like snow in the summer. Qin Feng's speed increased greatly. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head. 1,000 steps away from him, he saw a figure with a cold expression. This person wasn't anyone else. He was the brother-in-law who entered the main hall earlier. Seeing Qin Feng appear, the ears of the brother-in-law who was concentrating on breaking one of the restrictions twitched. He raised his head, and a trace of slight surprise flashed in his eyes. Very quickly, his gaze fell onto the spiritual pearl in Qin Feng's hand that was emitting a dark green treasure light. Primordial restriction-breaking bead? It's actually this treasure. The brother-in-law's eyes lit up, and a trace of passion flashed in them. The brother-in-law said, "Kid, who are you? Why do you have a restriction-breaking bead?" The moment he opened his mouth, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone, and his tone was questioning. Qin Feng focused on breaking the restrictions in front of him and wasn't prepared to pay attention to this person. Qin Feng didn't know who the brother-in-law was and was even more surprised by his tone. A trace of coldness flashed between his eyebrows, and the brother-in-law's eyes were sharp. "Kid, are you deaf?" Qin Feng ignored him and activated the restriction-breaking bead with true force in his hand. Under the light of the restriction-breaking bead, the extremely powerful restrictions disintegrated and penetrated. It had to be said that this restriction-breaking bead was the nemesis of most restrictions. Qin Feng secretly thanked Qian Kai, the boy who gave him the treasure. Every time he saw Qian Kai, he was pleasantly surprised. This Qian Kai was like a fat pig that grew quickly. After a piece of meat was cut off, the next time it grew back quickly, and it would grow even fatter. Qin Feng felt that the next time he saw Qian Kai, he must plunder him again. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for himself. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the brother-in-law's eyes were filled with a trace of anger. With his status, even if the powerhouses of Xingqian School saw him, they would have to give him some face. The brother-in-law's face turned cold and carried a trace of threat. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, immediately hand over the restriction-breaking bead. Otherwise," the brother-in-law's aura shook slightly, revealing a trace of the aura of a martial arts overlord. This guy is actually a martial arts magnate, and a martial arts magnate who has studied formations quite a bit. Qin Feng felt an extremely heavy chill from the depths of his soul. On the Linghai continent, there was a saying that went, "Everyone below the level of a martial arts overlord is an ant." This was not a lie. Chapter 459. Since I've offended this guy, I'll think of a way to kill him later. He looks young, about the same age as Yin Gu, an extreme thunder source, but he has already become a martial arts powerhouse. He must be a monstrous existence, especially since he seems to be proficient in array formations. That's even more impressive. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he couldn't stop it. With killing intent hidden in his heart, Qin Feng scanned the many restrictions around him with his divine perception, looking for an opportunity to plot against his brother-in-law. Qin Feng knew that he might not be a match for this martial arts powerhouse in front of him. Fortunately, there were many array formations and restrictions here, which gave him a chance. Among these restrictions and array formations, it was Qin Feng's home ground. But he asked, "Who are you?" The brother-in-law thought that Qin Feng was finally intimidated by his strength and immediately sneered. "Kid, listen carefully. I'm the brother-in-law of the Mystic Association. You must have heard of my name." Brother-in-law? It's actually him? Qin Feng was secretly shocked. He had indeed heard of this name before. This person was a peerless genius of the Mystic Association headquarters. Not only did his martial arts attainments far surpass ordinary monstrous geniuses, but he also displayed extraordinary talent in array formations. He was already a grade 4 mystic before the age of 30. A few grandmasters of the Mystic Association said that it was only a matter of time before the brother-in-law advanced to grandmaster. This person could be said to be one of the top few geniuses in the 3,000 regions. The more this was the case, the more intense Qin Feng's killing intent became. He definitely wouldn't hand over the restriction-breaking bead. Seeing how the brother-in-law acted as if the whole world revolved around him He would definitely be hated if he didn't hand it over today. I have to kill him. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Killing intent surged in his heart. The brother-in-law's eyes were cold with a hint of threat. Kid, from the looks of it, you must have heard of my name. You'd better hand over the restriction-breaking bead. A good thing like the restriction-breaking bead isn't something a nobody like you can enjoy. As the saying goes, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. A nameless pawn, like you holding this treasure, is like a child holding gold in a busy market. Sooner or later, you'll be in big trouble. I'm saving you. The brother-in-law clasped his hands behind his back and looked down with a condescending gaze. This act of forcefully seizing the treasure was actually spoken in a dignified and honorable manner by him. Qin Feng's tone was indifferent. Of course, I've heard of Grandmaster Lian Li's reputation. However, this restriction-breaking bead is my most valuable treasure. Whether or not it's dangerous is none of Grandmaster Lian Li's concern. Qin Feng used his divine perception to scan his surroundings silently. At this moment, Lian Pu was 1,000 steps away from him, and there were many restrictions in between them. It was because of these restrictions that the brother-in-law didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, Qin Feng reckoned that with the brother-in-law's temperament, she would have already rushed up to kill and plunder. As he scanned the area with his divine sense, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw 3 emerald green streaks of light within a radius of 7 feet around the lapel. These 3 streaks of emerald green streaks of light weren't very conspicuous in the 7-colored brilliance formed by the restrictions around the brother-in-law. However, Qin Feng recognized at a glance that these were 3 types of 18 heavenly spirit realm restrictions. The 18 heavenly spirit realm E would divine transformation restriction, the E would great luo god needle restriction, and the E would green forest restriction. If I can activate these 3 restrictions, Qin Feng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Seeing Qin Feng's indifferent expression, the brother-in-law couldn't hold back the killing intent in his eyes any longer. He couldn't wait to immediately kill this Xingqian school disciple who dared to go against his will. Glancing at the dense and intersecting restriction lights in the void, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Lian Bei's eyes were cold as he stared at Qin Feng and said, "Brat, I know you're from Xingqian school. I have a good relationship with the grand elders of your Xingqian school. From your appearance, you're at most an inner disciple of Xingqian school. You have to consider this carefully. If you offend those grand elders, I'm afraid that your life as an inner disciple of Xingqian school will come to an end." The Xingqian school had many different levels of elders. According to the power they held, they were divided into Xian, Lin, Feng, Qing, Grand, Ming, and so on. The Grand Elders were at least at the Grand Elder level. In terms of status, they were only slightly inferior to the 28 Peak Lords. At this moment, the killing intent in Qin Feng's heart was unprecedentedly strong. With his eyes slightly cold, Qin Feng was silent for a moment before he raised his head and nodded to the brother-in-law. "Die. This brother-in-law must die. Okay, I'll give you the restriction-breaking bead now." Activating the restriction-breaking bead, the dark green light shone down and melted the restrictions in front of him. Qin Feng seemed to be wrapped in the dark green light, ignoring the restrictions step by step as he walked towards Lianhua. The brother-in-law frowned as he looked at Qin Feng, who was walking over step by step. His expression was relaxed as he nodded and said, "This is a wise choice. What's your name?" "Don't worry. When I see your elder next time, I'll put in a good word for you. After all, this restriction-breaking bead is an ancient treasure. I, the brother-in-law, won't let you suffer a loss." As he spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. "If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again." After Qin Feng handed over the restriction-breaking bead, it would be Qin Feng's death. However, when he thought about how the restriction-breaking bead was about to be obtained, the brother-in-law couldn't help but feel a trace of eagerness. The restriction-breaking bead was simply too precious, especially when exploring dangerous ruins. With the restriction-breaking bead, one could avoid most dangers. This item is too precious. If the people of Xingqian School find out that I stole it, they won't let me go. This brat must die. Not only must he die, but I can't even let his soul go to prevent this information from leaking out. The brother-in-law thought to himself. Sha. Qin Feng's footsteps could be clearly heard in the hall. When he was 200 steps away from the brother-in-law suddenly frowned and spoke. Okay, there's no need to leave. Throw the restriction breaking bead over. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng raised his head and looked at his brother-in-law. A smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Okay. As Qin Feng spoke, he didn't stop and took 30 steps in the blink of an eye. The brother-in-law felt a strange atmosphere and became vigilant. No, you don't want to hand over the restriction-breaking bead. The brother-in-law shouted. What do you want to do? Of course, I want to kill you. Qin Feng looked up and his eyes flashed. At the same time, the hands behind Qin Feng's back quietly formed a few seals. He poured his true power into it and transformed it into hundreds of extremely cryptic and mysterious ancient runes. When Qin Feng said the last word, these many runes suddenly buzzed and formed an illusory treasure seal. These were ancient characters. Activate. With this ancient primordial rune as the center, a formless rhythm surged. This was the myriad treasure activation array art. Qin Feng created this activation array art based on many array formations and restrictions. Every array formation had a unique activation method. Without a specific activation method, many Xian arrays couldn't be activated. The myriad treasure activation array art in Qin Feng's hand was an activation method that Qin Feng created specifically for array formations. This set of hand seals was like a jade seal that could open most Xian arrays and restrictions. Qin Feng once used this array to activate the Spirit Void Sex Spirit Refinement Array in the Spirit Refinement Hall. When the many restrictions in the void encountered this formless rhythm, they were instantly pulled by an invisible force and gathered towards the target of the formless rhythm. The target wasn't anyone else but the brother-in-law. Rumble. Countless restrictions enveloped the brother-in-law, like rivers flowing into the sea. This move connected with the heaven and earth essence qi in the void and gave birth to wind, thunder, and lightning. The surrounding restrictions evolved into various powers of heaven and earth. Wind, thunder, water, fire, light, darkness, and darkness. It was like a prehistoric disaster. Especially the 3 types of 18 Heaven Dipper second wood restrictions around the brother-in-law. One of them evolved into jade green trees, the other evolved into countless green divine needles, and the last evolved into the greenwood divine light. This terrifying scene caused the brother-in-law to suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 460. In the hall, the wind, thunder, earth, and fire changed. It was as though a flood had broken the dam and was pouring down on Lien Pu. Seeing such a scene, even though Lien Pu was a martial arts giant, he couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness from the bottom of his heart. Damn you! In his shock and anger, he only had time to shout before Lien Pu was instantly drowned by the wind, thunder, earth, and fire. Rumble. Streaks of gray, thunder roared and struck down. That was the chaotic sky-piercing divine thunder that was enough to injure a martial arts giant. Streaks of red flames turned into numerous huge winged fire divine snakes that spat out intense poisonous flames at Lien Pu. Among them, there were a few wind attribute restrictions that turned into numerous green tornadoes that could easily crush the body of a sea of reincarnation realm expert. The most terrifying ones were the 18 wood attribute Heaven Dipper restrictions, the E wood divine transformation restriction, the E wood great Luo divine needles restriction, and the E wood green forest restriction. The misty power of the E wood divine transformation would cause one's flesh to split open. Even one's soul would be corroded by this power. The E wood great Luo divine needles were the most insidious. They turned into countless green divine needles that were the size of a cow's hair. Once one was hit by the green divine needles, one's acupuncture points would be woodified by the E wood green chi. There was also the E-wood green force restriction. It absorbed the vital energy in the void and turned into countless green divine trees that were as thick as bowls. If one was hit by it, even a martial arts giant would end up with broken bones. There were also many powerful restrictions that surged up together. Looking at this scene, in all fairness, even if Qin Feng had the confidence to withstand it, he would also be severely injured. Rumble. Just at this moment, an incomparably sharp and resplendent sword light suddenly appeared from the torrent. This sword light was pure white like the snow in winter. Even though there was a distance of several hundred meters between them, Qin Feng still felt a chill from the depths of his soul. With a light slash, the chaotic sky-piercing divine thunder was sealed in ice. The winged fire divine snake was sealed. The green tornadoes were sealed in ice. The E-wood green chi formed the dense jade-green trees, divine needles, and even divine light were all sealed in ice by this sword. With a flash of the sword, the cold light and sharp aura broke through the 9 heavens. A human figure appeared on the spot and scathed. He muttered softly, "The plum blossoms of the West Garden are in full bloom at the beginning of spring. At the beginning of awakening hibernation, the spring equinox butterfly dream flower. It's good to fly a kite during the Qingming festival, and it's good to raise silkworms in the West Room during the Guyu festival. Peony stands, summer flowers fall, jade hairpins fill the yard. Across the stream, mang seeds of fishing family, farming in the summer solstice. Wearing a white gown in the small heat, I look at the river and fall asleep in the great heat. Sunflowers bloom in the beginning of autumn, and I listen to the cicadas in the West Tower. The jade garden is covered with white dew. The autumn equinox breaks the osmanthus moonlight in the sky. On the withered mountain, the cold dew startles the wild geese. The frost falls on the reed flowers and the red polygonum beach. Drinking freely in the Qilin Pavilion in Lidong, Xiaomiao Xiao Shui recites poems. The winter solstice pipa is too lazy to play. Little cold dreams of lying high in Handan, holding snow floating in the air to communicate with the great cold. Beginning of spring, awakening of hibernation, Qingming, beginning of summer, Mang seed, minor heat, beginning of autumn, white dew, cold dew, beginning of winter, great snow, and minor cold. Qin Feng's face was gloomy as he gazed at the sword light that carried a unique rhythm. 24 solar terms. This sword strike is the great snow of the 4 seasons sword intent. You are from the Qishao sword sect of the 72 sects. On the Spirit Sea continent, there were many states and countless sections. Among them, the 72 sects had the longest history and were the most powerful. The Xingqian school was one of the 72 sects. The Heaven and Earth sect was the same. The Great Sunlight Temple used to be one of the top sects, ranked 70th among the 72 sects. However, it was destroyed and replaced by the Bailing sect. The Qishao sword sect was also one of the 72 sects. However, it wasn't as weak as the Great Sunlight Temple. Instead, it was one of the top 30 sections. There was a sword art called the 24 Upper River Swordsmanship in its true inheritance. The brother-in-law's face was gloomy as killing intent appeared. Good eyesight. Who are you? Are you one of the hidden monsters of the Xingqian school? Qin Feng's understanding of the Tao of formations, especially his ability to control so many restrictions, was something he could not imagine. There are other hidden monsters in the Xingqian school. Qin Feng was secretly shocked, but his hands didn't slow down. Waves of true force surged in his palms and formed seals. His true force transformed into countless ancient talismans. A transparent sphere seemed to have formed in Qin Feng's palms. This sphere emitted a wave of energy and faintly controlled the many restrictions in the temple, forming a temporary control hub. No matter who you are, since you and I have a grudge, I will not let you go. Even if your father is the sect master of the Qishao sword sect, you will still have to die. The killing intent in his heart was unprecedentedly intense. Qin Feng's sharp eyes swept across and landed on a pitch-black restriction a few dozen feet away from the brother-in-law. That pitch-black restriction was emitting a dark and strange aura that could corrode the void. This was the Heaven Dipper level 23,000 weak water restriction. The weak water was the most peculiar type of acquired true water in the world. It was extremely powerful. Once it spread out, it could even corrode and penetrate through the heaven and earth secret realm. With a thought, Qin Feng made the weak water move, and a black river snaked through the air. Rumble. The roaring weak water engulfed the brother-in-law. Weak water, this temple actually has such a terrifying thing. The brother-in-law's face changed, and his figure flickered. He didn't dare to let the weak water get close to him. This thing could even corrode true power and secret realms. Once contaminated, his martial Dao true body would probably be corroded. Cycle of the Four Seasons. White dew as frost. The transparent ice crystal sword in his hand slashed through the void. Countless water droplets revolved around the sword and formed a white transparent water ball. The moment the 3,000 weak water got close, it was instantly attracted by the pure white water ball and involuntarily entered it. This water ball was like a water world, endlessly absorbing the roaring black water in the void. The pure white water ball was quickly turning black. In a moment, the black river formed by the 3,000 weak water restriction was completely absorbed by the water ball. The brother-in-law's sword turned and slashed towards Qin Feng. Countless black water droplets were like iron balls. Rumble. The void was rubbed by the black water droplets and emitted a whimpering sound. Qin Feng felt as if there were thousands of sharp swords piercing through the void. If he did not attempt to seize the body, just one sword would be enough to pierce thousands of holes in his martial way true body, which had been tempered thousands of times and had absorbed countless spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He just sneered. The countless black water droplets only flew out a few feet and were entangled by numerous restrictions in the void. Pucci. The sound of some restrictions being corroded rang out. This sword was indeed powerful. Within a radius of 50 steps, the dense and terrifying restrictions were swept away by this sword. Among them, there were many Heaven Dipper 16th level and 17th level restrictions. The power of the brother-in-law was beyond Qin Feng's imagination. If an ordinary martial Dao giant came, the brother-in-law would most likely be killed with one sword. Although the sword had broken the 3,000 weak water restriction, the brother-in-law didn't reveal the slightest joy. In the void, there was a rumbling red cloud flying over from a distance. Countless red flames were burning in the void. The momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the red cloud shrouded the top of his head. Damned little bastard, you better pray that I don't escape, or else I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Inwardly resentful, he glanced at the black-clothed young man 200 steps away, his eyes filled with malice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his figure moved 50 steps. At this time, the distance between the brother-in-law and Qin Feng had narrowed from the original 200 steps to 150 steps. 150 steps, this was already a very dangerous distance. The brother-in-law had the confidence to cross this distance within a few breaths and capture Qin Feng in one fell swoop. Chapter 461. Qin Feng had been paying attention to the brother-in-law's every move. How could the brother-in-law's thoughts escape his eyes? How can I let you do as you wish? Qin Feng activated the light on the restriction-breaking pearl and silently moved 100 steps away from the brother-in-law. He tried his best to maintain a distance of 200 steps away from the brother-in-law. This distance was safe enough to ensure that the brother-in-law wouldn't instantly kill him. Qin Feng was very clear about how terrifying a martial Dao overlord was. The difference between a martial Dao overlord and a martial Dao overlord wasn't something that could be easily equalized with some divine techniques or treasures. To put it bluntly, if Qin Feng were to meet the brother-in-law head-on, he would probably be instantly killed by a martial arts giant like the brother-in-law in a single move. If I cultivate the 5 Sacred Mountains secret technique and break through to the sea of reincarnation realm, I might be able to compete with a martial Tao overlord. As he thought to himself, Qin Feng scanned the area with his spiritual will and found a Heaven Star border stage 25 lightning purgatory restriction a few dozen feet above his head. This was an extremely terrifying lightning-attributed restriction. It was much more powerful than the chaotic space, piercing divine lightning from before. The violent power of lightning pierced through the void, shattering one restriction after another in front of it. It turned the void into a sea of lightning and descended with a loud rumble. At this moment, the brother-in-law's face turned gloomy when he saw this scene. He swung his sword and a cold light filled the sky. With a surge of sword light, the 5 lightning purgatory restriction that could easily injure a martial Tao overlord was shattered. Qin Feng wasn't anxious when he saw this scene. There were countless restrictions in this shrine, and the number of restrictions that exceeded the Heaven Star border stage 20 was beyond imagination. The brother-in-law could break 1 or 2 restrictions, but as long as he couldn't walk out of the shrine, he would be tortured to death sooner or later. With a thought, a black tornado swept over from the horizon. The brother-in-law's face changed, and he snorted. Another burst of sword light broke the restriction. After half an hour, rumble, countless purple and green lightning bolts shot out. The snow-white sword light tore through the void, and a miserable figure flew out from the lightning. His clothes were disheveled, and the crystal shield in his hand suddenly left, turning into ice crystals and shattering on the ground, making tinkling sounds. Looking at the broken ice crystal shield, Lien Lu's face was gloomy. His heart twitched violently. He felt even more sullen and angry. He didn't know how many tyrannical restrictions he had broken. However, he knew that if this continued, sooner or later he would be tortured to death by Qin Feng. Damnable bastard. You only know how to play tricks like this. If we were to face each other head-on, I would only need a single sword strike to make this little bastard beg for death. Lien Lu had never thought that he would encounter such a situation, being forced into such a situation by a Xingqian school disciple who wasn't even at the sea of reincarnation realm. Countless treasures in his hands were reduced to dust. What puzzled Lien Fu the most was how the other party was able to control so many restrictions. He asked himself, even if his formation Grandmaster level teacher came, he was afraid that he would not be able to do this. No, I can't continue like this. Although I have many elixirs to replenish my energy, I can't absorb any Yuan Qi here. If this continues, I will definitely die in the hands of this little bastard. I have to find a way to kill him in one strike. Although martial arts experts were tyrannical, Lien Lu had just become a martial arts overlord not long ago. His new secret realm was crying piteously for food, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. In the distance, Qin Feng maintained a distance of 200 steps away, neither too fast nor too slow. He wanted to torture this young martial arts overlord to death bit by bit. After making up his mind, Lien Lu did not hesitate and took out an ancient stone talisman. Within the stone talisman, a trace of void energy flowed. Qin Feng's divine consciousness sensed that the activation of 10,000 treasures formation art was at his fingertips. It was as if his entire body was the hub of many restrictions in the temple. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. 200 steps away, Lien Lu's figure disappeared without a sound. It's spatial traversal. He has spatial treasures like the ancient void talisman and the world-breaching talisman on him. Qin Feng swept his gaze as a strange look flashed in his eyes. In the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm, the Chaos Tree's descendant with the void elemental god-level spirit root, the Chaos Tree sapling, emitted a formless rhythm. Qin Feng's soul fused with the rhythm and instantly made a discovery. In the void, an invisible figure was following a path in the void. Its destination was a meter above Qin Feng's head. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. If you had relied on your cultivation base to defend yourself, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you chose to take the risk and used this spatial treasure to pierce through the void to assassinate me. You want to kill me in one strike? You're courting death. Ever since he obtained the Void Elemental God level Chaos Tree sapling, most Void Elemental divine powers had lost their effects in front of Qin Feng. The Void Elemental Chaos Tree was personally nurtured by Qin Feng. It contained Qin Feng's intrinsic brand. Although Qin Feng was still unable to fully unleash the true wonders of the Void Elemental God level Spirit Root, it was easy for him to use it to observe the surrounding void. Lian Lu needed to use a void treasure to penetrate the void to assassinate. It was a huge mistake. His divine consciousness locked onto the void a meter above his head. The corners of his mouth flashed a ferocious look. Qin Feng injected all his cultivation into the Dark North Divine Water Sword as the Chaos Tide fused 10 times in his body. The figure was extremely fast, and in 2 seconds, it arrived at the exit of the void. The next moment, it tore through space and charged out. Chaos Tide Extermination 10th Sword. A light sword strike with a high degree of concentration. In an instant, Qin Feng seemed to have transformed into that golden divine general he saw in the Faping Palace. He activated the sword imprint in his mind and slashed out, shattering the mountains, shattering the seas, and shattering the stars. The tides gushed forth, the 10 tides all fused together as all the energy gathered at a single point. Bang! The void shattered like a mirror, and a black hole appeared. The sword intent that tore through the void continued to blast into the black hole. With a loud bang, the black hole exploded. Lian Lu happened to walk out from this side. As soon as he appeared, he bumped into the black hole. He was like a mouse that had been stuffed with a bomb. He was so shocked that his face turned pale. How did he know that the exit of my void boundary breaking talisman is here? His mind was numb. Through the black hole, he could still see Qin Feng's strange smile dozens of feet away from the black hole. Then, an irresistible explosive force from the black hole blasted his body. The layer of invisible space power that wrapped around his body shattered. With a crack appeared on the void boundary breaking talisman in his hand. The next moment, it exploded. Lian Lu's face turned pale. He hurriedly took out several precious defensive treasures in an attempt to block the force of the void explosion. He hoped to drill out of the void from other places. However, the void storm was simply too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, not a single supreme treasure could withstand it for more than a breath. I can't accept this. There was a flash of resentment and unwillingness in his eyes. The next moment, he was engulfed by an irresistible spatial storm. The endless void was extremely violent. There was no concept of time. It contained unpredictable danger. Even a demon god would have a slim chance of survival after being swept into the void storm. Lian Lu was also unlucky. Qin Feng happened to have the Chaos Tree sapling, a divine void spiritual root. When he used the void boundary breaking talisman, Qin Feng took advantage of the flaw. He shattered the void with one blow and was swept into the endless void. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng believed that no matter how many life-saving treasures Lian Lu had, he would lose his life in the spatial storm. Chapter 462. His brother-in-law had been taken care of. To Qin Feng, the restrictions at the front of the shrine were not difficult at all. However, the deeper he went, the more shocked Qin Feng became. The closer he got, the stronger the restrictions were. There was no lack of Heaven Dipper level 24 and above restrictions. Even a martial expert would have to be extremely careful when dealing with Heaven Dipper level 24 and above restrictions. Otherwise, there would be unpredictable dangers. After about 1,000 steps, Qin Feng raised his head and saw a cloud staircase. This cloud staircase was abnormally lofty in the shrine. It was winding and spiraling as though it was going straight to the dome. Sunlight shone down from the dome of the divine hall like white clouds. This cloud staircase was undoubtedly the core of the shrine. Qin Feng stopped and hesitated. Qin Feng felt an extremely terrifying aura on this cloud staircase. There were even restrictions above Heaven Dipper level 24 and above. In the memories of the 5 mountain gods' last remnant will, He had encountered something extremely terrifying on the cloud stairs and suffered irreparable injuries. Let's give it a try. The cowardly will starve to death and the bold will die. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng stepped onto the cloud staircase. As soon as he stepped onto the cloud staircase, he felt an unparalleled force descending from the sky. Qin Feng felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his back. His legs went soft, and he almost fell. Gravity restriction. Qin Feng held the restriction-breaking bead. A gentle glow flowed out from the bead, and the weight on his body disappeared. Heaving a sigh of relief, Qin Feng walked up the cloud staircase. Qin Feng's speed was neither fast nor slow. Along the way, Qin Feng's expression became more and more cautious. Rumble. He was already in midair, looking at the trace of formless lightning flowing on the cloud staircase. Qin Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. In this trace of lightning, Qin Feng saw a terrifying scene. The city, mountains, rivers, void, and secret realms were all completely destroyed. This was the invisible divine thunder of destruction, which contained a trace of the true intent of destruction. If a second tribulation mighty figure of the martial Tao came into contact with it, their martial Tao true body would collapse. This time, Qin Feng used a wisp of the Chaos Heaven's Mystic Realm's powers. With the Mystic Realm's powers injected into it, the restriction-breaking bead emitted an even more intense luster than before. Wherever the light flashed, the invisible spider web formed by the destructive thunderbolts cracked. Qin Feng turned into a gust of wind and passed through the crack. 2 hours later, after experiencing countless terrifying forbidden techniques, Qin Feng finally reached the end of the cloud stairs. On a floating island surrounded by white clouds. It was pure white. White clouds surrounded him. Looking at the floating island that seemed to be the end, Qin Feng's expression relaxed. At this moment, Qin Feng's entire body was drenched in sweat. Looking at the cloud stairs behind him, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fear. If it weren't for his almost god-tier attainments and formations, he probably would have died without a burial ground halfway. On the cloud stairs, the closer one was to the end, the stronger the forbidden techniques were. There were even quite a number of Heavenly Dipper 30 levels and above. These forbidden techniques were set up in an extremely wonderful manner. If not for the fact that Qin Feng had experienced many mystic realms and had reached the pinnacle of the study of array formations and restrictions, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out. Even an ordinary 9th-grade taboo god would have perished here. After calming himself down, Qin Feng took a deep breath. In front of him was an island floating in a sea of clouds. He scanned it with his spiritual perception and muttered to himself, "There's remnant divine power aura. There should be a stronger protective restriction around this island. For some reason, this protective restriction has been damaged. Could have been caused by the 5 mountain gods' attack." After a slight hesitation, Qin Feng stepped onto the floating island. The island wasn't big, only about a dozen miles in radius. Everything that entered his eyes was yellow and withered. There used to be many spiritual herbs and traces of spiritual roots here. There was no lack of earth-grade and heaven-grade spiritual roots. Qin Feng even saw an earth-type divine spiritual root, the divine earth tree, in the middle. However, all of its medicinal properties had been sucked away, and all of its vitality seemed to have been sucked away. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Even if these spiritual roots only had a trace of vitality left, Qin Feng was confident that he could revive them. What made Qin Feng feel the most was the earth-type divine spiritual root, the divine earth tree, in the middle. This divine tree was dozens of feet tall, with a canopy that reached the sky and countless branches. It could be seen that it used to be full of vitality. This was a true spiritual root of the divine system. Qin Feng had several divine spiritual roots in his body. The metal-type divine spiritual root, the great desolate iron tree, the dragon-type divine spiritual root, the ancient dragon blood tree, and the void-type divine spiritual root, the chaos tree. However, these 3 spiritual roots could only be considered descendants of divine spiritual roots. At best, they could only be considered heaven-grade spiritual roots. It was extremely difficult for them to advance to the divine level. The Chaos Tree was evolving towards the Chaos Tree ancestral root, but unfortunately, it was still far from it. At best, it could only be considered a mid-grade, heaven-grade void, elemental spiritual root. If not for Qin Feng finding other Chaos Tree fragments, it might have been possible for the Chaos Tree to complete its evolution. I don't know which bastard it was. He actually wasted a divine spiritual root just like that. Seeing the completely withered divine earth tree, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. Qin Feng bit his lips. If the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm could obtain a complete divine earth tree, its defensive strength would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. With this divine tree, even ancient supremes could forget about invading the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm. He took a few steps forward and pressed his cheek against the ancient tree's trunk. He sensed that it was completely devoid of any signs of life. Qin Feng was just about to leave when the Chaos Tree in his body emitted a strange feeling. A wisp of formless fluctuation traveled through his spirit platform, passed through his dantian, and blasted into the withered divine earth tree's trunk through his arm. Silently, from a moment his palm made contact with the divine earth tree, the divine earth tree silently decayed, turning to ash inch by inch. From the trunk to the crown of the tree, even the trunk of the tree silently turned into ashes. Qin Feng was stunned. Suddenly, his eyes focused. He saw a brown bead the size of soybean fly out from the center of the divine earth tree's ashes. The brown bead seemed to resonate with the Chaos Tree as it naturally landed in front of Qin Feng. Reaching out his hand to grab the brown bead, a formless vitality appeared in Qin Feng's powerful spiritual perception. Qin Feng was taken aback. This is a seed? The seed of the divine earth tree? An indescribable burning sensation surged from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feng widened his eyes as he sensed it carefully. Wasn't that right? That weak yet tenacious life force clearly indicated that this was a seed. The seed of the divine earth tree. This was a pleasant surprise. This must be a seed formed from the condensation of the divine earth tree's final essence. The divine tree has a spirit. It probably encountered a calamity that it could not withstand, so it instinctively condensed the last of its strength into a seed. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Qin Feng carefully stored the seed in the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm. With this seed, it was not impossible for the divine earth tree to sprout again in the future. Qin Feng was a lot more careful after obtaining the seed of the divine earth tree. He continued walking forward and used his spiritual perception to carefully search. However, other than the divine earth tree, the other spirit roots did not have such capabilities. All their vitality was forcefully sucked away. About 8 minutes later, a figure silently appeared in the middle of the island. He swept his gaze, and immediately, his expression changed. His gaze landed on a gigantic yellow lotus flower in the middle of the island. To be precise, the lotus flower enveloped a gigantic egg. With just a sweep of his gaze, he felt an extremely terrifying sense of danger surge from the depths of his soul. Ancient mountain god, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Chapter 463. As the yin and yang revolved, the true power in his body rushed out like a flood and blocked in front of him. Qin Feng was extremely wary of demon god-level existences. After digging through countless demon god layers, Qin Feng knew that even if such existences were dead, they could still easily kill Jizun. Something's not right. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that something was wrong. In his spiritual perception, although the aura of the ancient mountain god in the giant egg was extremely terrifying, it looked like a sleeping tiger. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. With light footsteps, he appeared a few dozen meters away from the giant egg. Sweeping his gaze, Qin Feng squinted his eyes. A few dozen meters wide, it was a huge pool. The pool was emitting a layer of faint green, spiritual light. Qin Feng's sharp eyes could tell that this was an extremely precious treasure, the heaven and earth spiritual milk. Ordinary heaven and earth spiritual milk was pure white. However, the heaven and earth spiritual milk in the pool was emitting a green spiritual light. It was sparkling and translucent like jade. The aura of life condensed and emitted a jade-like glow. Qin Feng glanced around. There was an array around the pool. This array had plundered the life force of all the spiritual herbs and spiritual roots on the island and gathered them in the pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a huge yellow lotus. It was an earth spiritual root, the great earth goldenrod. Qin Feng spent a lot of effort to cultivate this great earth goldenrod. This goldenrod was a few hundred times bigger than the one that Qin Feng cultivated. Qin Feng counted the petals of the great earth goldenrod. There were a total of 33 petals. This was a great earth goldenrod that was over 100,000 years old. Qin Feng's eyes turned red. One could imagine the medicinal properties of a spirit root that was over 100,000 years old. This was practically a stalk of divine medicine. This kind of ancient medicine almost had the ability to make people immortal. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Feng's teeth were itching. At this moment, the refined life force had already withered. It was as if the giant egg that was wrapped in the lotus had plundered all of its life force. This earthy yellow egg was covered in dust and looked unremarkable, just like a stone egg. Qin Feng sized it up. It was about 10 feet tall and had no orifices. Its entire body seemed to be covered in strange runes. Qin Feng stared at these strange runes and examined them carefully. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that even with his vast knowledge, he couldn't see anything special about them. However, this huge egg gave him a very dangerous feeling. Qin Feng believed in his intuition, which helped him avoid many unnecessary dangers. The place where the giant egg stood seemed to be the center of the floating island. The vitality of all the spirit roots on the island had been plundered and turned into nourishment for the giant egg. That was not all. Qin Feng's powerful divine will could sense that the yellow egg was constantly devouring the origin energy of the secret realm. In other words, this giant egg was using the entire secret realm as a breeding ground for it to hatch. Is it nirvana rebirth or self-sealing to heal? Qin Feng stared at the giant egg. He was very experienced and had seen many similar situations. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings of the giant egg with his divine will. To Qin Feng's surprise, there were no restrictions in the surroundings. Had the power of the restrictions been worn down by time, or had it been completely devoured by the giant egg? Qin Feng quietly extended a trace of his divine will and probed the giant egg. A trace of aura followed the divine will and went deep into his soul. A more intuitive sense of majesty was reflected in his heart. Powerful, very powerful. Qin Feng hurriedly withdrew this trace of divine will, but there was still a trace of shock in his eyes. In front of this trace of aura, Qin Feng was like an ant. This kind of insignificance made Qin Feng feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head to look at the giant egg again. This giant egg was like a divine mountain that stood between heaven and earth. He even lost the courage to look at it. This trace of aura had unknowingly affected his mind. Qin Feng hurriedly calmed his mind and smoothed out the fluctuating, distracting thoughts. This thought was like a sharp sword that cut through this kind of fear and feeling of insignificance. Finally, this feeling passed. Qin Feng raised his head. At this moment, the giant egg in front of him had returned to its original appearance. Qin Feng realized that after this kind of shock and fluctuation, his soul true body had become purer and more condensed. It was as if many distracting thoughts had melted away. It was easier for him to comprehend some martial Tao cultivation techniques and divine powers. After waking up, Qin Feng looked at the stone egg. Suddenly, he chuckled and appeared around the stone egg in a flash. Qin Feng had now confirmed that this stone egg should be in a deep sleep. It was just like some seriously injured gods in the legends that were hibernating on Mount Yang, or some innate spirit embryo that was about to be born. It was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to develop. As long as he didn't provoke it, There shouldn't be any other accidents. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the small half of the green, spiritual milk in the pool. His eyes revealed a trace of gold light, like a money grubber. The spiritual milk in this spiritual pool was condensed from the many spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, and even the life essence of the divine-level great earth ancient tree on this island. Even a drop of this life essence could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. Even the spring water in the spring of life was not as effective as this pool of life essence. Looking at the giant stone egg in the lotus, Qin Feng felt an itch in his heart. Qin Feng quietly glanced at the huge egg as he muttered to himself. It's fine, it should be fine. I'll just take a little bit. A little bit is enough. It shouldn't wake up. It shouldn't wake up. Licking his dry lips, Qin Feng quietly walked to the edge of the pool step by step. The pool was as white as jade, about 10 feet high from the top to the bottom. A small half of the pool of jasper-like life essence was emitting a trace of rich life fragrance. Standing on top of the pool, Qin Feng lay on his stomach like a dog. His nose twitched, and with a slight sniff, a wisp of extremely pure life essence directly entered his body. Qin Feng felt as if all the pores on his body were being hammered and massaged by small hammers, so comfortable that he felt like he was flying. Good stuff, good stuff. Gulping, Qin Feng quietly glanced at the stone egg. Seeing that the stone egg was not moving, Qin Feng immediately stretched out one hand. Silently stretching out one hand, he operated the essence extraction technique. A whirlpool appeared in the center of his palm like a water pump. Streams of jade-like liquid life essence turned into a curtain of water at the bottom of the pool and rushed up against the current, being silently stolen by Qin Feng. As soon as the cyan life essence entered his body, Qin Feng's eyes widened. The cool aura surged from his palm to every part of his body. Qin Feng felt as if he had run into a hot spring, and even his soul was soaring. At this moment, if there were outsiders around, they would notice that Qin Feng's entire body had turned into a jade-green gem. His internal organs, tendons, meridians, flesh, skin, and even his hair were emitting a jade-green fragrance of life. In the next moment, crackle, 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 the sound of bones and tendons vibrating like thunder. Clang, clang, clang. Wisps of energy flowed on his skin, as if they were divine weapons with peerless sharpness. The third layer of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Mystic Art was broken through in just a quarter of an hour. Chapter 464. With every step forward in the 8 Desolation Immortal Mysterious Art, Qin Feng's martial path true body was one step closer to immortality. With the third layer of the 8 Desolation Immortal Mysterious Art, Qin Feng would have a very abnormal life force recovery ability. As long as his head was not blown apart, even if Qin Feng's body was left with only his head, he could still safely reassemble his body. This layer originally corresponded to the Sea of Reincarnation realm. At this time, Qin Feng actually relied on this pool of heaven and earth spirit milk to directly cultivate this layer in the Meridian's condensation realm. Next was the 4th layer of the 8 Desolation Immortal Mysterious Art. If he cultivated to the 4th layer, at that time, even if his head was blown apart, he could still be reborn from a drop of blood. However, to cultivate to the 4th layer, he needed to cultivate 10 Divine Treasure True Acupoints. These 10 Divine Treasure True Acupoints were located in 10 extremely hidden places on the top of his head. They were mapped out by Qin Feng according to many body refining cultivation methods. Every time he opened one, he would obtain some mysterious power. These 10 Divine Treasure True Acupoints were Fetal Light, Refreshing Spirit, Secluded Essence, Corpse Dog, Concealed Arrow, Inosparrow, Seizing Thief, Non-Poison, Filth Removal, and Smelly Lung. Once he opened all of them, the last flaw of the 8 Desolation Immortal body would be fixed, and he would be able to reach the Blood Rebirth realm. When he broke through to the third layer of the eight desolation immortal mysterious art, Qin Feng's strength did not just soar. Some subtle changes were also happening. Qin Feng's appearance was being adjusted slightly. This was not a change that Qin Feng had initiated. Rather, it was due to his instinctive evolution. Some of the flawed areas were being rapidly adjusted by the dark green lightning. His teeth were becoming round and sparkling. His appearance was also being adjusted. However, these were only minor adjustments. Just these minor changes made people feel as if they had taken on a whole new look. Although Qin Feng's original appearance could not be said to be ugly, it could at most be considered delicate and could not be considered a handsome man. At this time, after many minor adjustments, a flawless temperament appeared, and he suddenly became a rare handsome man in the world. After breaking through to the third layer of the eight desolation immortal mysterious art, Qin Feng immediately became clear-headed. He glanced at the bottom of the pool. There was still a lot of heaven and earth spirit milk left in the pool. At this moment, the true power in his body was like a river of stars. His true power had increased by 3 times, but Qin Feng felt that he had not yet reached the limit of the pulse condensation stage. There's still so much left. Stealing a little is stealing. Stealing all is stealing. Anyway, he doesn't seem to have noticed. I might as well steal all of it. Having gained some benefits, Qin Feng became a lot bolder. He operated the essence extracting technique at full power and swallowed the cyan heaven and earth essence milk in the pool like a whale swallowing a whale. Focusing his energy, Qin Feng controlled the wisps of life essence and sent them toward the last flaw of his martial path true body. A moment later, a hidden star in his head lit up like a star in the darkness. This is the first divine treasure, true acupoint embryonic light. With great joy in his heart, Qin Feng controlled the essence of the heaven and earth spiritual milk and sent it along the countless tiny meridians in his head, condensing into this acupuncture point. The head is the most important part of the human body. This was known as the chief, and also known as the heavenly spirit. Any problem with the meridians was no small matter. Qin Feng patiently controlled the life force in the heaven and earth spiritual milk. Wisps of life force poured in, and this divine treasure, true acupoint, became brighter and brighter. It turned from an illusion to a real star. Finally, at this moment, the life star evolved from the divine treasure, true acupoint stabilized. Success! Qin Feng was overjoyed. At this moment, his entire mind shook, and an indescribable radiance suddenly swept over from the life star evolved from the embryonic light acupoint. This radiance enveloped the soul true body in the depths of his spirit sea. This is the power of embryonic light. Qin Feng's eyes were not unfamiliar with this radiance. With a thought, his soul was instantly submerged by the power of embryonic light. In an instant, Qin Feng's situation changed. At this moment, a cloud-white spirit ring appeared behind his soul true body. This was a soul-type sacred art born from the condensation of the embryonic light acupoint. Embryonic light spirit transformation. This kind of soul-type sacred art was somewhat useless. The use of this sacred art was very simple. It could give spiritual intelligence, and it could allow intelligent primal chaos beasts to possess true spirituality. After the condensation of the embryonic light acupoint, there was not much heaven and earth spiritual milk left at the bottom of the pool. Something appeared in the heaven and earth spiritual milk. It was a huge corpse. This was the corpse of a giant. Even a dying tiger leaves behind its might. This corpse still had a trace of extremely heavy might left behind. This might was much more terrifying than Qin Feng's when he was at his peak. Looking at this corpse, Qin Feng's expression became extremely solemn. This was a god's corpse, the corpse of a true demon god. Could this be the corpse of the ancient mountain god that mysteriously disappeared? Qin Feng had a deep impression of this majestic aura that was like the mountains and seas. This was the influence of the 5 mountain gods. This god's corpse overlapped with the figure of the ancient mountain god, creating such a portrait. This demon god's corpse seemed to have lost all its blood essence. Only then did Qin Feng see clearly that the huge earth-yellow lotus was growing on the chest of this god's corpse. It bloomed from the heart. Who the hell did this? Did they kill the ancient mountain god himself? Or did they kill the person who killed the ancient mountain god? Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. If it was the ancient mountain god himself, it would be fine. But if it was the person who killed the ancient mountain god, then it was too terrifying. Using an ancient god's corpse as nourishment and absorbing countless spirit roots and spirit herbs as nourishment, the spirit embryo nurtured by this method would definitely have terrifying aptitude. An ancient prodigy that was born in such a way was extremely rare even in the Golden Era. They were the cream of the crop. One of them was born as a martial arts overlord. With just a little bit of cultivation, they could become a supreme expert. Becoming a supreme expert would be as easy as flipping one's hand. This would be the most terrifying competitor on the path to becoming a demon god. A trace of killing intent appeared in Qin Feng's heart, but it quickly disappeared. He knew that he did not have the ability to kill the existence in this stone egg. The essence of the ancient mountain god's corpse had been completely sucked dry by the existence in the stone egg. In addition to the spirit roots and spirit herbs essence, the existence in the stone egg was about to be born. If he forcefully attacked, it would definitely cause the existence in the stone egg to be born prematurely. Against an ancient martial arts overlord. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Feng shook his head. He did not have the slightest chance of victory. Although Qin Feng had been shining brightly and had suppressed many peerless prodigies, he was still a far cry from these terrifying existences that had sealed themselves in the ancient era. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Feng's eyes turned red. Although he could not kill it, he could still take advantage of it. After absorbing so much good stuff to grow, you should also share some with me. My body is mortal and needs nourishment. Yes, Qin Feng was about to go crazy. He was ready to pluck the tooth from the tiger's mouth and steal the stone egg's essence. Once he succeeded, Qin Feng's aptitude would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a carp transforming into a dragon. Qin Feng knew how dangerous his decision was. Once the stone egg was awakened and discovered a thief, it would immediately kill him in anger. Chapter 465. Qin Feng was not blinded by greed when he made up his mind to steal the stone egg. Qin Feng had thought about it carefully and believed that there was a certain chance of success. Opportunities were often accompanied by risks. Originally, before seeing this stone egg, Qin Feng had always thought that it was very likely that he would become a demon god in the Golden Great Era. However, Qin Feng still underestimated the intensity of the competition in the future. Qin Feng had repeatedly overestimated those ancient geniuses. However, it was not as shocking as the one before him. With a demon god as a cover, a demon god kingdom as a hotbed, and countless spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, and even divine spiritual roots as nourishment, the existence born in this way was simply a natural demon god. Obviously, there were many ancient geniuses with aptitudes similar to the stone egg in front of him in the Golden Great Era. There might even be more incredible existences. Such competitors were simply hopeless. Once the ancient creature in the stone egg woke up, it would definitely become a demon god in an extremely short period of time. In heaven and earth, luck was limited. Even in the Golden Great Era, the position of demon god was not unlimited. Once missed, one would have to wait for another era. Qin Feng had already tasted the taste of waiting. If I don't go crazy, I won't live. Even if this matter was extremely dangerous, Qin Feng had to take a gamble. Once his aptitude could break through the barrier of the flawless sacred body and advance to the ninth stage demon god body, Qin Feng would completely bridge the gap between him and the ancient geniuses. With a light body, Qin Feng tried his best to restrain any malice and killing intent. He was like a gentle breeze. In an instant, he was more than 10 steps away from the giant egg. Step by step, with each step, Qin Feng's state of mind calmed down. The giant egg did not move at all. which made Qin Feng secretly sigh in relief. Sure enough, although this kind of existence has amazing spiritual sense, it is still in the process of being nurtured. As long as there are no malicious thoughts, it will not be awakened. Qin Feng was now like a blood-sucking mosquito that had encountered a sleeping person. As long as the sound of flapping wings was not too loud, the chances of being discovered were very small. The dozen or so steps were very fast. Qin Feng's expression didn't change in the slightest. He glanced at the giant egg and glanced at the giant god corpse beneath his feet. The primeval demon heart sutra circulated, refining all the evil thoughts, murderous thoughts, as well as all sorts of shock and nervousness. He gently stretched out his hand and placed it on the stone egg shell. A majestic, spiritual, profound qi came through his skin, and a kind of instinct awakened in his body. Desire. It was an extreme desire. It was like an imperfect person who instinctively yearned for perfection. Don't rush. Don't be nervous. We have to take it step by step. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed this instinct. As a blood-stealing mosquito, he could not be too impatient when inserting the needle. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would wake up his master and be slapped to death. Even though he was circulating the primordial demon heart sutra, his heart was still beating rapidly. This was a mixture of desire and nervousness that came from the depths of his blood vessels. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He was like a cool breeze. The beating of his heart had at most changed from a gentle breeze to a cool night breeze. After testing for a while and seeing that the giant egg didn't have any reaction, Qin Feng slowly circulated the essence extraction technique. A trace of invisible suction force was emitted from the hand that was gently touching the stone egg shell. This force silently penetrated into the stone egg. The spiritual, profound qi in the stone egg was like an ocean, extremely majestic. Qin Feng's eyes light up. He forcibly restrains his urge to swallow and uses the great art of extracting marrow and transforming essence magic to quietly absorb a trace of spiritual essence to test it. As the trace of spiritual profound qi fused into his body, Qin Feng felt that his soul was ascending. There seemed to be spirituality in his bones and tendons, and it was combining with a mysterious force in his body. There was a trace of demonic god's characteristics. It was a trace of dark blue brilliance. It was the brilliance of water attribute. The mortal bones in his body were becoming the divine bones unique to the innate demonic god's body. The flawless sacred body in his body absorbed the spiritual profound qi of the stone egg. Qin Feng's aptitude was changing toward the water attribute demonic god's body. Just as Qin Feng had expected, the stone egg had no reaction after a trace of spiritual profound qi was stolen. It was as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. Good. Keep up the good work. In order to not wake up the existence in the stone egg, Qin Feng maintained the speed of stealing. Traces of extremely pure, spiritual, profound qi fused into his body. The spiritual, profound qi first went toward the two sternum. At that moment, Qin Feng looked inside himself and saw that one of the two sternum was dyed with a trace of light blue. This was the sea god's bone. It was a type of water attribute, divine bone. Having a divine bone meant that one was born with the aptitude of a demonic god. With the sea god's bone, Qin Feng was born with the sea god's body. The speed at which he cultivated water attribute techniques would be 10 times or dozens of times faster than other martial arts geniuses. There were also differences in the innate demonic god's body. The more divine bones in the body, the faster the cultivation speed. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, the real geniuses of the ancient times usually had divine bones all over their bodies. Because of that, they were born with the strength of a martial arts giant. Finally, after an hour, the first sternum had completely turned light blue. This divine bone emitted a light blue divine glow. When this divine bone was formed, the speed of the galaxy true power in Qin Feng's body had doubled. At that moment, Qin Feng could be said to have the innate demonic god's body. Qin Feng looked at the stone egg. The The spiritual profound qi was just a drop in the ocean for this stone egg. Qin Feng continued to maintain this speed. A steady stream of spiritual profound qi poured in from his arm. Traces of spiritual profound qi went through the first sternum and condensed toward the second sternum. Not long after, the second sternum glowed with a blue brilliance. Then, the vertebrae formed a human body. After an hour, the vertebrae also transformed into divine bones. After stealing so much spiritual profound qi, Qin Feng felt that the spiritual profound qi in the stone egg was still as majestic as before. It didn't seem to have decreased in the slightest. Good heavens! How many spiritual herbs and spirit roots did this stone egg prepare? Qin Feng thought of the divine-level great earth ancient tree. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng gathered his courage and continued to steal. The fourth and fifth divine bones emitted a light blue divine glow one after another. The bones in his left and right arms were formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Feng felt that his affinity with the water element energy had reached an unprecedented level. After the fifth divine bone was formed, Qin Feng finally felt that the majestic spiritual profound qi in the stone egg had weakened a little. However, the creature in the stone egg didn't seem to have any reaction. Qin Feng continued to steal the spiritual profound qi. The sixth and seventh divine bones were formed. The leg bones were formed. When the sixth and seventh divine bones were formed, Qin Feng felt as if he had become the king of the ocean. There were countless water-type divine abilities in his mind, and he had comprehended most of them in a single thought. How terrifying was that? Even with Qin Feng's temperament, he almost screamed. No wonder ordinary geniuses can't compete with ancient prodigies. Who the F*CK can compete with such a cultivation speed? Secretly smacking his lips, Qin Feng looked at the last two bones in his body. As long as he refined these last two bones into divine bones, he would truly have a complete natural-born demon god body. Chapter 466. Looking at the last two divine bones, Qin Feng was a little hesitant. After stealing so much spiritual essence, he was already close to a limit. If he continued to steal, Qin Feng had a feeling that the existence in the stone egg might wake up at any time. It was like a mosquito sucking blood. If it sucked too much blood, the host would be alerted. There are only two divine bones left. I will leave immediately after condensing the last two divine bones. Qin Feng's eyes were burning with greed. Suppressing the hesitation in his heart, he continued to extract the spiritual essence from the stone egg with his palm. After 100 breaths, the eighth divine bone was condensed. There was only one divine bone left in his body, and it was also the most important one, the skull. As long as the skull was condensed, Qin Feng would have the complete sea god's body. After an unknown period of time, wisps of spiritual essence were extracted, but there was still no change in the skull. Qin Feng became more and more anxious. Qin Feng's powerful spiritual sense was warning him, and his heart was beating rapidly. After 200 breaths, the ninth skull finally lit up with a faint blue divine radiance. Soon, just 20 breaths more, 20 breaths more. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly emerged from the stone egg. It was like a sleeping dragon had suddenly stretched out its sharp claws. A majestic force flowed from the stone egg along Qin Feng's arm and into Qin Feng's body like lightning. It exploded inside his body with a bang. Poochie! Blood splattered, and Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. A huge bloody hole had been blasted in his chest by this force. The third layer of the eight desolation indestructible body was easily penetrated by this blow. Bastard, you dare to steal my spiritual essence? You are courting death. At the same time, a deep and gloomy voice came from the stone egg. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. Not only did he not let go, his whole body suddenly lay on the stone egg like a gecko, sticking to the stone egg. Madness flashed in his eyes, and he used all his strength to operate the marrow-extracting technique. He plundered the spiritual essence in the stone egg in a way 100 times crazier than before. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, a surge of spiritual energy was forcefully extracted from the stone egg and entered Qin Feng's body. After obtaining this enormous spiritual energy essence, his entire skull erupted with an extremely dazzling blue divine radiance. Within his divine body, the 9 pieces of divine bones were connected by strands of blue divine radiance. Qin Feng's entire body was bathed in the ocean blue divine radiance, making him look like a true king of the ocean. Despicable ant, you're dead. The creature inside the stone egg was enraged. Sensing the loss of its spiritual essence, an incomparable yellow divine light shot out from the stone egg and pierced through Qin Feng's chest. This earthy yellow divine light smashed Qin Feng's Star River true power, which had reached the 3rd stage of the extreme Tao, and landed on Qin Feng's body. Kacha-kacha. Qin Feng's body, which was lying on the stone egg, was sent flying hundreds of feet away like a cannonball. Bang! It was as if he had hit the ground at noon. With a loud bang, the whole earth shook. However, in the next moment, a figure rose from the big pit and rushed towards the cloud stairs of the floating island. While escaping, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an extremely horrified expression. The strength of the living creature within the stone egg was simply terrifying to the extreme. In front of this stone egg, he was like a child encountering a giant. He could not stop it at all. Even the extreme 3rd layer celestial river true force in his body, which he was so proud of, could not withstand a single blow from the creature inside the stone egg. You want to run? The creature inside the stone egg was furious. At this time, it realized that almost 1/5 of its spiritual essence had been stolen in an instant. It would be difficult for its divine body to reach perfection. This hatred made the creature inside the stone egg want to pull out Qin Feng's tendons and skin him alive. A huge stone fist caught up with Qin Feng from behind. The stone fist opened and turned into a palm that covered the sky. In Qin Feng's spiritual sense, it was not a palm above his head, but countless mountains pressing down. His whole body was suppressed, and it was extremely difficult for him to move. Once he was suppressed, Qin Feng's ending would definitely be extremely tragic. Qin Feng's mind was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds, and his whole body was covered with a chill. Chaos Tide Extinction, 11th Sword. Qin Feng roared and poured all his cultivation into the North Underworld Godly Water Sword. In the crisis of life and death, Qin Feng's body was sublimated to the extreme. There was only one thought left in his mind, which was to cut through everything in front of him. Qin Feng broke out the 11th sword like never before. Rumble. An extremely sharp sword light appeared in the entire void. The vast sword light was like a river of stars as it pierced through the void. The moment the 5 fingers arrived, it cut open a crack and quietly landed on the cloud stairs. A human figure suddenly rushed out of the floating island and rapidly descended the cloud stairs. Rumble. On the spot, the palm fell. With a loud boom, the entire floating island was broken in half, and countless rocks fell from the sky. On the cloud stairs, Qin Feng glanced at this scene from the corner of his eye. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. If he didn't dodge just now, he would have been turned into a meat patty. Damn it. The creature in the stone egg was furious. A sky full of yellow light exploded from the stone egg. Dense black cracks appeared in the void, as if it couldn't withstand the power of the mountain. The creature in the stone egg was very angry, but it was not the time to be born yet. If it was forced to come out, there would be unpredictable risks. Kid, I remember your aura. 5 years, at most 5 years, and I will be able to come out. 5 years later, I will definitely find you and cut you into pieces. After venting, the creature in the stone egg took root on the floating island again. It was unknown if it had learned its lesson this time, but countless yellow streams of light appeared around the stone egg and spread over the island. It was obvious at a glance that it was an extremely powerful earth elemental divine power. On the cloud stairs, Qin Feng slowed down when he saw that the creature in the stone egg didn't pursue him. He glanced at the huge hole in his chest. Most of his organs had been blasted to smithereens. If it were anyone else, even a martial powerhouse, they would have treated it as death. Around the wound, there was a strange yellow energy that was slowly petrifying the area around the wound, preventing it from healing. Furthermore, it was spreading to the other parts of his body, turning him into a rock. Mountain Divine Law. This fellow seems to have plundered a portion of the mountain ancient god's powers. If not, he wouldn't be this powerful. Qin Feng's expression sank. A divine law was a power that belonged to a Fian celestial level expert. The wound on his chest was healing. After extracting a portion of the Chaos Heaven's Yuan Qi, Qin Feng forcefully circulated the Chaos Tidal Land of Extinction's 11th sword, rapidly recovering his true force. Wisps of galactic true force surged out from his wound and began shattering, refining the strange energy that petrified his body. Even though the strange energy was extremely tenacious, it gradually shattered when the galactic true force surged over. After removing the strange energy from his wound, Qin Feng's 8 desolation indestructible body began to show its might. Moments later, the terrifying hole in his chest vanished. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Feng revealed a smile. Even though he had been severely injured and was on the brink of death, he still managed to survive. But compared to what he had gained, it was nothing worth mentioning. With a complete sea god body, Qin Feng's talent was in no way inferior to any ancient elite. He had also opened up the distance between him and many so-called monstrous geniuses. Chapter 467. In the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm, wisps of Yuan Qi surged into his body. Qin Feng's injuries healed very quickly. By the time he walked out the door, his terrifying injuries were mostly healed. At the door of the main hall, a group of Xingqian school experts had yet to leave. Sha. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, all of them cast their gazes in the direction of the main hall. They saw a black-robed youth slowly walk out of the main hall. He was about 17 or 18 years old and had a thin figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, but when he raised his head, a group of girls could be seen. Some of the young girls in the field couldn't help but be slightly startled. They saw that the facial features of that person were distinct as if they were carved, and he had an unusually cold temperament, especially his pair of pitch-black eyes that were deep and bright like the stars in the sky. Just a glance was enough to entice them. Qin Feng. In the main hall, Yi Ding's expression was extremely gloomy. He had taken in Qin Feng's changes. Clearly, Qin Feng had obtained some benefits that he was unaware of. By the side, Zhong Wuxiang, Dong Hao, Shi Qing, Wei Huang, Ren Xiaoyao, Chao Chun, and Ziyin were all staring at Qin Feng. Everyone could sense that Qin Feng had changed greatly from before he entered the hall. Although no one could put their finger on it, they instinctively sensed a massive threat from Qin Feng. This was something that had not happened before. It was especially so for a few martial Dao experts who cultivated in water elemental cultivation techniques. They clearly sensed a repressive feeling. In a corner, Jiang Chao, who cultivated in water elemental cultivation techniques, sensed it even more directly. A supreme treasure deep in his soul was trembling violently, as though it was about to leave his body and lunge at Qin Feng. What's going on? Why is my Black Emperor title banner so uneasy? Jiang Chao's expression changed. The Black Emperor title banner was a primordial treasure he had obtained. It was a divine artifact used by the ancient water god to govern the water of the world. It was a water elemental treasure, but now it was betraying its owner and submitting to someone else. Jiang Chao's face flushed red. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as if he had sensed something. He tilted his head and looked at Jiang Chao. It was as if he could see through Jiang Chao's soul and landed on the strange black banner. The black banner buzzed, as if it had sensed Qin Feng's gaze and was about to fly out of his body. Jiang Chao was anxious. This was a treasure that he'd risked his life to obtain, and if this treasure were to fly away, then his strength would be reduced sharply by more than half. He activated the black water true power in his entire body to suppress it, but this treasure seemed determined to fly out. Water-type treasure. Qin Feng could tell that this was a high-grade water-type treasure with tyrannical power. Qin Feng reckoned that the water-type treasure had sensed his sea god physique and knew that if it fell into his hands, it would be greatly beneficial to the treasure itself. Qin Feng shook his head. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he walked to Jiang Chao's side and patted his shoulder. A trace of true power flowed into Jiang Chao's body, helping him to calm down the Black Emperor title banner as Jiang Chao's expression changed. Jiang Chao was slightly stunned as he looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng nodded slightly at him and walked away. It wasn't that Qin Feng looked down on the Black Emperor title banner, but he had no conflict of interest with Jiang Chao. Furthermore, the two of them had some friendship. Although Qin Feng loved money and treasures as much as his life, he was not without a bottom line. Although he didn't know what had happened to Qin Feng, Yi Ding was certain that Qin Feng had encountered a great opportunity. Yi Ding looked at the disciples around him, and his eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. He wanted to immediately go up and suppress Qin Feng and force Qin Feng to hand over the opportunity, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. The eyes of the other inner sect disciples flickered. Most of them had the same thought. Qin Feng's strength had always been tyrannical, and he was not inferior to the elites among them. Now, they knew that his strength had increased greatly, and they had no chance of winning. However, they couldn't help but feel an itch in their hearts. However, since Qin Feng was able to walk out of this shrine unscathed, perhaps this shrine isn't as dangerous as we imagined. Soon, many inner sect disciples turned their gazes back to the shrine. Treasures moved people's hearts. Some inner sect disciples didn't think that they were weaker than Qin Feng. Among them were Yi Ding, Dong Hao, Chao Chun, and Zizai, and Xiaoyu. They hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to enter the shrine. But very quickly, the few of them rushed out of the temple with their faces covered in dust. Each of them looked pale. In the nameless valley, the void rippled like water, and a figure flew out. After exiting the main hall, Qin Feng directly left the Earth's secret realm. During this trip, not only did he obtain his target, the mountain god Pearl, but he also gained a lot. At this point, Qin Feng was already satisfied. Qin Feng's next step was to find a place to cultivate the 5 sacred mountains, break through to the Sea of Reincarnation realm, and then head to Cloud Lake City to complete his mission. 1 month later, Feitian Town. Feitian Town was one of the satellite cities in the capital of stars, Weiyu City. Although it was just a town, its scale wasn't inferior to a small city in the Yin country. People came and went, and merchants came and went in an endless stream. Standing on the second floor of the restaurant, Qin Feng would occasionally see teams of sternly dressed star soldiers patrolling the streets, dressed in majestic star armors. Star Soldier, Star General, Commander, Deputy General, Commander, Marshal, Heavenly King, and Star-Lord. This was another system department of Xingqian School that was responsible for the war in the capital of stars. If ordinary service disciples couldn't become outer sect disciples, they would be sent out. Many would choose to enter the Star-Lord division and become a Star Soldier. For inner sect disciples like Qin Feng, if they were willing to enter the Star-Lord division, they would directly become a Star General or Commander. Almost every year, Xingqian School would send a large number of experts to the Star-Lord division. On one hand, they would fight against the 12 races of the Demon Temple. On the other hand, they would enter the front lines with the Heaven and Earth sect and the Bailing sect to prevent these two sects from infiltrating. There's also a portion that entered and stayed near the capital of stars to protect the All-Stars College and Xingqian School. In Xingqian School, inner sect disciples who were in charge were the real big shots. Their words were even more important than a king. Many kings even marry their princesses as concubines in order to curry favor with inner sect disciples. Of course, Entering the Star-Lord division was a way out. Xingqian School was a huge entity and had many departments. For example, the Supervision Department was in charge of many countries and sections. It had great power. Or the Alchemy Hall was in charge of collecting spirit herbs and controlling the lifeblood of many disciples. Even the Medicine King Hall was a subordinate of the Alchemy Hall. There were many ways out. Every path led to the position of a direct disciple or even the sect master. One of them was to become a marquis. Like Xinxiu, Yi Ding, Ling Shuanghua, and Qin Feng, they had more freedom. However, it wasn't easy to control a city. Just as Qin Feng's figure appeared in Fei Tian Town, the members of the Qin family who had been traveling for 3 months came back again. Many elites also came to Fei Tian Town to meet up with Qin Feng. They were ready to go to Cloud Lake City to help Qin Feng establish the Qin family there. Chapter 468. Flying Sky Town. In the middle of town's Xinglong restaurant. In a private room that faced the street, Qin Feng's collateral relative was sitting on a mat. Astral quintessential force was flowing within him. In the 5 spirit meridians, 5 divine mountain phantoms appeared. After the fire elemental divine mountain, the earth elemental divine mountain, metal elemental divine mountain, water elemental divine mountain, and wood elemental divine mountain appeared one after another. Among them, the fire elemental divine mountain was the most condensed, followed by the wood elemental divine mountain. The wood elemental divine mountain was refined by Qin Feng using the essence of many spirit herbs in the chaos heavens. Next was the water elemental divine mountain. It was condensed by Qin Feng using the essence of many spirit springs. Together with his divine sea god body, the water elemental divine mountain's might was in no way inferior to the wood elemental and fire elemental divine mountains. Next was the earth elemental divine mountain condensed from the mountain god bead. The metal elemental divine mountain condensed from the great desolate iron tree's essence was the weakest. With the cultivation of the 5 mountain divine mountains mystic technique, Qin Feng's foundation was established. As long as he worked hard, Qin Feng could break through to the sea of rebirth realm at any time. Qin Feng was in no hurry to break through to the sea of rebirth realm. The 3 realms of the sea of rebirth realm were the divine sea realm, the spatial realm, and the empyrean realm. As long as he broke through to the sea of rebirth realm, Qin Feng could directly break through to the 2nd realm, the spatial realm. Gaining insights into the power of space was not difficult for Qin Feng, who had the chaos tree, who had a void elemental divine grade spirit root. Even the power of the empyrean realm was a piece of cake for Qin Feng. To put it bluntly, the power of the empyrean realm was a deeper understanding of the power of the void, as well as its usage. The strongest point of a sea of rebirth realm expert was not their other martial Tao divine powers, but their usage and control of the power of space. As long as he had time, Qin Feng would naturally reach the empyrean realm. To Qin Feng, there was only one choice for him: to choose a path to break through to the nirvana realm. It was to gain insights into origins. There were several options before Qin Feng. One of them was the water-type origin source. With the sea god's physique, comprehending the water-type origin source would be easy. Next was the star source. The primal chaos star secret art had a solid foundation. Comprehending the star source was a very good choice for Qin Feng. Then there was the disaster origin. Qin Feng wanted to cultivate the twilight of the gods, and he also had the supreme treasure of the demonic path, the abyssal demon diagram. Comprehending the disaster origin had once been the best choice for Qin Feng. The other type was the space origin. A descendant of the chaos tree with a void god's spiritual root and a part of the space-time god's divine artifact, the space-time dual-phase scripture, and the universe book that symbolized space. It was a very good choice to comprehend the origin of space. To be honest, these 4 choices were difficult for Qin Feng to make. By comprehending the water element, Qin Feng was confident that he could attain the body of a water demon god in the shortest time possible. By comprehending the star source, with the many resources of Xingqian school and the foundation of his natal star, the primeval star, it did not seem difficult. The disaster origin was extremely grand and powerful. Once Qin Feng became a disaster demon god, he would be in charge of disasters. After attaining the demon god Dao, his strength would far surpass other demon gods. The space origin was one of the best attributes. It was known as the second strongest origin along with the time origin. If he could become a space demon god, Qin Feng might have a chance to obtain the inheritance of a space-time god. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng sighed softly. It was really difficult to make a choice. At this moment, there was a commotion in Xinglong restaurant. A series of footsteps came from the staircase. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. With his divine sense, a group of people appeared outside his private room on the second floor. Have we arrived? He opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Hearing the familiar voice from the private room, the respectful figures outside the door were overjoyed. They pushed open the door of the private room. Qin Qingyun, Qin Qinghong, and Qin Qingwei, elders of the Qin family in Shangha Town, greet the Lord. Qin Yuemei and Qin Xinwu, disciples of the Qin family, greet the Lord. The five figures knelt on one knee with their heads lowered. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the five people in front of him. His eyes fell on the three elders of the Qin family in the lead. They were two men and one woman. Qin Xingyue was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a graceful figure. She wore a long green dress and no makeup. Her manners were decent. Other than Qin Qingyun, who was a master of the extreme realm of the Meridian's condensation realm, the other two elders were warriors of the black realm of the Meridian's condensation realm. Behind the three of them was a man and a woman. Of the two young men, the man had an ordinary face. His hands and feet were thick, and he carried a long knife on his back. It was obvious that he was good at knife techniques. The woman was charming and had a great figure. She looked at Qin Feng and occasionally glanced at him. There was a trace of blush on her fair face. She was exceptionally beautiful. A moment later, after some understanding, Qin Feng had a rough understanding of the identities of the five people. The five of them were the best of the Qin family. Among the three elders, Qin Qingyue was good at financial affairs and was good at managing internal affairs. Qin Qinghong was good at social interaction. Qin Qingyun was the instructor of the Qin family. He was very good at training the disciples and arranging the troops. The two people behind him were the strongest of the Qin family's younger generation, other than Qin Tianjiao. They were both at the 11th heaven of the martial arts path. With the Qin family's heritage, it must have taken a lot of effort to cultivate two geniuses at the 11th heaven of the martial arts path. In addition to the five people, there were 12 other capable people in the Qin family. They had been arranged by the Qin family to assist Qin Feng. Qin Feng could see that the Qin family of the Mountain River City had put in a lot of effort this time. After talking for a while, Qin Xingyun said, "My lord, our Flying Sky Town is thousands of miles away from Cloud Lake City. There are many places that are difficult to travel. Which route would you like to choose?" The five people looked at Qin Feng and the map on the table. Qin Feng frowned. If he was alone and flew in the air, it wouldn't take long for him to travel a distance of 10,000 miles. He would be able to take whichever path he wanted. However, he had brought so many people. The strongest of the Qin family was only in the Earth realm of the condensing meridians. Many of these people didn't have the ability to fly. There were many places between Flying Sky Town and Cloud Lake City that had not been developed. Not only were there many fierce beasts, savage beasts, and foreign tribes, but there were also people from the Demon Temple. If he wasn't careful with this group of people, there might be casualties. These people were the foundation of the Qin family in Cloud Lake City. Qin Feng was counting on them to help him run Cloud Lake City. He couldn't let them all die on the way. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the map, looking for the best route. At this moment, just as Qin Feng was choosing the route, a group of people were having a discussion in an inn in Thundercloud Town, which was adjacent to Flying Sky Town. The leader was none other than the Flower Queen, who had been injured by Qin Feng and had been recuperating for a long time. She was wearing a long black dress. She was graceful and elegant. It seemed that her injuries had healed. Flower Queen. According to the report from the secret agent, Qin Feng has appeared in Flying Sky Town and is in contact with the Qin family of the Mountain River City. The beautiful eyes of the Flower Empress flickered. Her beautiful eyes flickered with the charm of an enchantress. People of the Qin clan. It seems like Qin Feng is preparing to bring this group of burdens to take over Cloud Lake City. This is good news. On the side, Aning smiled coldly. Madam is right. If he goes alone, we might not be able to do anything to him. However, with these people, we might have a chance. Chapter 469. She was extremely fearful of Qin Feng, who had injured her previously. However, she also knew that Qin Feng wasn't easy to deal with. She had come prepared this time. With that treasure, Qin Feng, even if you're a martial Dao overlord, you'll still die. Her eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions, but a cold glint flashed by. At the same time, on a small mountain outside Dangerous Moon City, a young girl wrapped in a white veil was frowning. Young miss, are you still unable to sense Miss Shirtong's whereabouts? Could it be that Miss Shirtong has already been killed by that human? It was an old man with a tall build and a head full of white hair. He looked like a male lion. This was a martial arts overlord from the Heavenly Lion race. The white-clothed young girl was an old acquaintance of Qin Feng. During the battle at Skyscraper Ridge, he had almost captured this young girl. She was the saintess of the Heavenly Lion race, Shirhan, third uncle. Although I share the same mother as second sister and can sometimes communicate with her heart, I might not be able to find her if second sister is determined to block my senses. Shirhan's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of worry. Ever since the battle at Skyscraper Ridge, when Shirtong was captured by Qin Feng, she sensed that the connection between them had suddenly been severed. Shirtong's status in the Heavenly Lion race was different. She was also known as the saintess of the Heavenly Lion race. Although Shirtong was dissatisfied with her and didn't get along well with her, Shirhan still couldn't help but worry when she recalled the scene of Shirtong being taken away. She didn't dare to believe what would happen to Shirtong if she fell into the hands of those martial Dao experts. No matter what, she's still my sister. I must save her. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. At this moment, the voice of the tall old man from the Heavenly Lion race entered her ears. Young miss, is it possible that Miss Shirtong has already? Shirhan denied firmly. No, that's impossible. Although I can't contact Shirtong for now, I can sense that she's still alive. I've inquired about it. The person that defeated Senior Brother that day is called Qin Feng, and he's the champion of the Hidden Dragon rankings that year. Moreover, he's one of the peerless geniuses that rose abruptly in the All-Star meeting this year. Second sister fell into his hands. I sent people to investigate. Although some women from the Heavenly Lion race were auctioned in the capital of Stars Auction House this year, second sister was not among them. In other words, there is only one possibility. Second sister has been captured by Qin Feng and is being locked up somewhere. Shirhan's beautiful eyes flashed with wisps of wisdom. It had to be said that Shirhan was indeed very intelligent. She had guessed the truth with just a few words. The Lion Elder nodded. Then, eldest miss, what are you going to do? Capture Qin Feng and force him to hand over second sister. Shirhan's eyes flashed with coldness. For the past few days, Qin Feng's whereabouts have always been mysterious and unpredictable. This is a good opportunity. I've already purchased information on Qin Feng's whereabouts from the Spirit Treasure sect. He's already arrived at Flying Sky Town and seems to be preparing to head to Cloud Lake City. Spirit Treasure sect. The Lion Elder's eyes lit up. The Spirit Treasure sect had a thunderous reputation in certain small circles. Shirhan nodded, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Those people from the Spirit Treasure sect are really profiteers. Normally, even if they're searching for the whereabouts of some martial arts experts, they'll only pay 5,000 mid-grade orbs of will. In order to find Qin Feng's whereabouts, They actually charged me 8,000 mid-grade orbs of will. What? 8,000 mid-grade orbs of will? The Lion Elder was dumbfounded. 8,000 mid-grade orbs of will was simply a sky-high price. They even said that Qin Feng is some big shot and has a special identity, so they doubled the price. Shi Han put all the blame on Qin Feng. Then, young miss, should we immediately rush to Flying Sky Town and capture Qin Feng? Shi Han shook her head. There's no rush. No rush. The Lion Elder looked at Shi Han in surprise. That's right. Qin Feng is abnormal and very difficult to deal with. Even if third uncle is a martial arts expert, I'm afraid you won't be able to easily suppress him. Then what should we do? The Lion Elder furrowed his brows. He felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't believe that a mere pulse condensation expert like Qin Feng would be able to escape from his hands. A cold smile appeared on Shi Han's beautiful face when she saw the expression on the Lion Tribe Elder's face. Third uncle, there's no need to worry. This time, we don't have to do it ourselves. Before coming here, I've already passed the news of Qin Feng being at Flying Sky Town to some of the Xingqian School disciples. Xingqian School isn't completely united. The internal strife within the sect is extremely fierce. You have to know that Qin Feng isn't invincible. According to what I know, there are many people in Xingqian School who want nothing more than to get rid of Qin Feng as soon as possible. The Lion Elder's eyes lit up. Young Mrs. Move is truly a brilliant one. She's letting Xingqian School kill their own people. This way, we only need to relax and be the Oriole. As long as we hide in the dark and wait for the critical moment, we could take advantage of Qin Feng's weakness and capture him in one fell swoop. This move is truly effortless. Young Miss is indeed worthy of being the goddess of wisdom of our heavenly lion tribe. No wonder those old fogies value young Miss so highly. Third uncle is too kind. Shi Han shook her head. Suddenly, the Lion Elder opened his mouth again. However, young Miss, have you considered one thing? After all, Qin Feng is an inner disciple of Xingqian School. Xingqian School strictly forbids internal strife. Third uncle, don't worry. They won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Feng is too dazzling. As the saying goes, the tree that grows in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Those geniuses who are jealous of Qin Feng won't let go of this opportunity. Even if they won't do it themselves, they have plenty of methods. We'll just watch and see. Shi Han's beautiful eyes were indifferent as the corners of her red lips curled up into a cold smile. Feitian Town, Xinglong Restaurant. We have 3 paths to take. The first path is to take the main road. There's only one official road between Feitian Town and Cloud Lake City. After passing through Qinglin Pass, Baigu Pass, Sisui Pass, Deshan Pass, and 6 other passes, we'll reach Cloud Lake City. However, I'm afraid this path won't be easy. Baigu Pass, Sisui Pass, and Deshan Pass are the territories of an old enemy of mine. Once we enter their territories, I'm afraid they won't let us pass easily. This old enemy was none other than Yi Ding. Yi Ding was the adopted son of that true disciple. That true disciple's strength was deeply rooted in Xingqian School. He was said to be the true disciple who had the highest chance of inheriting the position of Star Palace's sect master. Qin Feng had inquired about it over the past month. The governors of Baigu Pass, Sisui Pass, and Deshan Pass were all experts under that true disciple's command. Qin Feng believed that if they were to enter, those people definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The group of experts from the Qin family had solemn expressions. They knew that the competition in Xingqian School was extremely cruel. If there was a chance, their opponents definitely wouldn't be merciful. The second path is also not an option. This path is to take the waterway and pass through Tongtian River. Putting aside the fact that there are often water demons causing trouble in Tongtian River, even if we pass through a few docks, we still won't be able to avoid Yi Ding's forces. Qin Feng felt a little helpless when he said this. Only after leaving All Stars College did he realize how great Yi Ding's influence was. Chapter 470. If he was alone, Qin Feng might not necessarily be afraid of Yiding. However, bringing so many people with him was just too troublesome. In fact, there was another solution. He could seal all of them in ice and stuff them into the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm like Shirtong. However, the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm was Qin Feng's backyard. Just like a harem, it was a private property. Even if it was sealed in ice, Qin Feng was unwilling to open it to others. Unless the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm could advance to a medium-sized mystic realm one day, Qin Feng could attempt to officially open the mystic realm. Furthermore, to Qin Feng, exposing the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm was extremely dangerous. If he really kept this group of people in the mystic realm and brought them to Cloud Lake City, with the means of Xingqian School's experts, they could easily infer that Qin Feng had the secrets of the mystic realm. This was something that Qin Feng was most unwilling to do. Supremacy, what's the remaining path? Qin Qinghong looked at Qin Feng. The quintet wore heavy expressions. They never expected Qin Feng to have so many enemies behind his glory. The remaining path is to traverse the wilderness. We will walk through the Bone Battlefield, pass through Moonless Forest, and cross Soul Severing Ridge before reaching Cloud Lake City. Bone Battlefield, Moonless Forest, and Soul Severing Ridge. The quintet instantly turned pale. It wasn't that the quintet were cowardly, but that these three places were just too famous. Ignoring Moonless Forest and Soul Severing Ridge, just the Bone Battlefield alone made their legs go limp. The Bone Battlefield was a legendary battlefield of gods and fiends from ancient times. It was filled with endless white bones. It was even rumored that in the middle of it, fiend celestials, true spirits, and fey gods had died in battle. There were all sorts of terrifying things in there. Even Xingqian School's experts were helpless against them. They could only leave them be. All right, make your preparations. Qin Feng did not plan on discussing with them. He waved his hand and chased them out. The quintet looked at each other helplessly. Although they were worried, they were helpless against him. After the quintet left, Qin Feng muttered to himself, "Bone Battlefield." A smile appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Preparing to enter the White Bone Battlefield wasn't something that Qin Feng had decided on the spur of the moment. Rather, it was something that had been carefully considered. 3 days later, Dry Bone Town. This was a medium-sized town. This was the last ancient town on the periphery of the Battlefield of Bones. Many martial arts experts who went to the Battlefield of Bones to search for treasures and practice their martial arts would mostly resupply in this ancient town. Although the White Bone Battlefield was infamous, as long as one did not venture too deep into it, it was still an excellent training ground. In the past, many students of All Stars College would come here to train their martial skills. The 18 people from the Qin clan didn't stay in the Dry Bone Town for long. After replenishing their supplies, they left the town. In front of him was a vast expanse of gray sand. It seemed that after entering the Dry Bone Town, the clouds in the sky had darkened. This gray sand was not ordinary sand, but the gray sand formed after the bone split. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow, rolling up tornadoes. This seemed to be a despairing gray desert. Walking in the gray sand, the wind grew stronger and stronger. Rustling sounds could be heard as the group's footsteps became heavier. The deeper they went into the Battlefield of Bones, the colder it became. What the hell is this place? I don't understand why the Sovereign Lord chose to enter the Battlefield of Bones instead of the continent. Someone in the group muttered softly. "Shut up. Don't talk about the Sovereign Lord." Qin Yume reprimanded softly. "Yes, young mistress." The grumbling person quickly shut his mouth. Walking at the front, Qin Feng was naturally aware of the commotion behind him. Lord Ba was dozing off on his shoulder. Apart from Qin Xinghong, Qin Xingyun, and Qin Xingyue, who were over 30 years old, the group was younger. They were all outstanding members of the Mountain River City's Qin clan. They lived like princes and had never experienced such hardship before. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's prestige, they would have already complained. Qin Feng didn't care about these people's complaints. He glanced at Lord Ba, who was on his shoulder. Ever since Lord Ba helped Qin Feng defeat the Yin sovereign, his vitality was greatly damaged. He had been recuperating on the primal chaos tree. This time, not only had his vitality completely recovered, but his strength had also increased. At this moment, Lord Ba was already the size of 2 to 3 ordinary crows. His eyes were bright and spirited, and black wings had begun to grow on his wings. Qin Feng's tyrannical divine sense spread out. Qin Feng frowned. His divine sense, which could originally cover 200 to 300 feet outside, had shrunk by more than half after entering the battlefield of bones. It could only cover 100 feet around him. In Qin Feng's divine sense, the moment he entered the battlefield of bones, there was a faint layer of yin qi, baleful qi, and evil qi in the air. Qin Feng didn't intend to go deep into the battlefield of bones. Instead, he planned to pass through the border of the battlefield of bones and enter the moonless forest. The route was all in Qin Feng's mind. He would only need to pass through a dozen or so skeleton overlords' territories. The skeleton overlord's strength was only comparable to a sea rebirth realm expert. To Qin Feng, there wasn't any danger. I shouldn't meet the skeleton demon king. Some thoughts flashed in his mind. As he continued forward, he went about 100 miles into the battlefield of bones. Just as Qin Feng walked into a mountain of bones, Lord Ba, who was on his shoulder, suddenly opened his bird eyes and called out, "Croak, croak, Brother Feng, there's trouble." The surroundings were gray mountains formed by bones. The rocks were rugged, and the bones of unknown ferocious beasts lay on the ground. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of bones rubbing against each other came from underground. This sound was very concentrated. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. He could faintly see strands of grayish-black yin qi seeping out from the ground. When the members of the Qin clan saw Qin Feng stop, they took out their weapons. Poochie poochie. A series of eerie and strange noises came from the ground. In front of everyone's eyes, one after another, white bone claws stretched out from the ground and struggled. Then they saw thin and weak skeletons holding bone sabers and bone swords struggling to get out from the ground. Whoosh whoosh. There were strands of grayish-black yin qi lingering around their bodies. Their tough bones and sharp claws were like steel. At a glance, there were dozens of them. Skeleton demons. This was the lowest level of demons born in the battlefield of bones. These skeleton demons sensed the aura of humans and immediately rushed out from the ground. A group of ordinary skeleton demons. There aren't any skeleton generals. You guys go and deal with them. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the members of the Qin clan behind him. Yes, one by one, they rushed up like arrows. The shadows of swords and sabers resounded on this barren mountain. In the chilly wind, dozens of skeletons climbed out from the ground and rushed towards Qin Feng and the rest in a frenzy. This scene was extremely frightening. Saber light flashed, and a Qin clan cultivator slashed his saber at a skeleton, causing the sound of metal clashing against metal to ring out. That tall skeleton laughed eerily, and its sharp claws slashed out, bombarding the long saber. That cultivator tried to block, but the sharp claws squeezed against the back of the saber, causing a crisp sound to ring out. The sharpness of the sharp claws was actually not inferior to a top-grade weapon forged from tempered iron essence. One claw grabbed the weapon, and the other claw swept out. The speed was extremely fast. The Qin clan warrior of the 10th heavenly layer of the martial path could not dodge in time. He was hit and sent flying back dozens of feet. A 5-claw mark appeared on his chest. In just one exchange, 2 Qin clan disciples were injured by the white bone claws in their panic. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng shook his head. At this moment, there was a loud boom, and countless white bones flew up from under his feet. Without a sound, a pitch-black claw appeared behind Qin Feng and instantly pierced into Qin Feng's body like lightning. Chapter 471. The skeleton that launched the sneak attack was very treacherous. It was like a peerless assassin, and the timing of its attack was perfect. Its sharp claws were indescribably fast. In just an instant, it reached Qin Feng's body. Puchi! Qin Feng's body was torn apart. This was an illusion. Not good. A low and hoarse voice sounded urgently. This was a short, pitch-black skeleton. It turned around and was about to retreat. However, a voice suddenly came from behind. I can't deny that you hid very well. Your speed is also very fast. A white bone overlord hiding among the ordinary skeletons. If it was an ordinary person, even a sea revolution expert would be killed by you in one move. However, you met me. This voice wasn't a sound wave. Instead, it was an ice-cold intent. It was like a beautiful moon, chilling one's heart. In the next instant, this short, pitch-black skeleton was suddenly sealed in ice. Great reincarnation. After condensing the sole true body that only martial path overlords had, the power of this soul-type soul true body increased greatly. In Qin Feng's hands, it was even more tyrannical than Yu Ji, the original creator of this soul-type soul true body. Qin Feng's figure appeared. There was a pitch-black whirlpool in his eyes, and a great illusion domain was constructed. Silently, the soul fire in the pitch-black skeleton's eye sockets was extinguished. Qin Feng devoured a shrieking soul in his mind. The great reincarnation erased all the distracting thoughts of this white bone overlord. Only the purest white soul force was left for Qin Feng's soul true body to devour. After devouring this pure white soul force, Qin Feng's soul true body emitted a pure spirit light. It was quite nourishing. So this fellow is a white bone overlord wandering around the white bone battlefield. The reason why it launched a sneak attack was because it sensed the pure life force on my body and became greedy. Their target is actually me, a fragrant bun. Qin Feng frowned. According to the information in the mind of the white bone overlord that launched a sneak attack, many white bone overlords in the surroundings could smell the life force on his body. However, this white bone overlord relied on its innate ability to arrive the fastest. Qin Feng was somewhat annoyed. He had actually overlooked this most important point. When he was in the Earth's secret realm, he had sucked the stone egg crazily to satisfy himself. At this moment, his god body was like a treasure body made of the essence of life. Although he had concealed the rich vitality in his divine body with a secret technique, other martial arts experts might not be able to sense it. But in a place of death like this battlefield of bones, it was like a lighthouse. According to the few memories of this skeleton overlord, it wasn't the only one that sensed Qin Feng's vitality. Almost all the skeleton overlords within a radius of several hundred miles had sensed it. There were even white bone commanders that were above the white bone lords. The white skeleton commander was a terrifying existence comparable to a martial arts overlord. At the thought of being targeted by so many white skeleton commanders, Qin Feng's heart was immediately shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at the numerous skeleton soldiers. He charged out and unleashed a sword light. Everywhere the sword light passed, all the skeleton monsters were shattered into pieces. Many of the Qin clan's martial artists looked at this scene in a daze. This was simply too tyrannical. So many skeleton soldiers were all killed with a single sword. Everyone, increase your speed and pass through the battlefield of bones. The three elders of the Qin clan looked at each other and could hear the seriousness in Qin Feng's voice. The three of them sped forward like arrows. Many of the Qin clan's disciples looked at each other and followed. In the gray sand, numerous figures shuttled back and forth. They were even faster than a cheetah. Sovereign, what is going on? Qin Xingyan looked at Qin Feng with a grave expression. We have encountered a huge problem. I will let Little 8 protect you later. You guys leave first. Don't worry. Little 8's strength is tyrannical. Even in ordinary sea reincarnation realm, white bone overlord wouldn't be a match for it. I will meet up with you guys before the moonless forest. Qin Feng instructed Qin Xingyan. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he stood on the spot. From afar, he could already see a few hundred miles away. Several terrifying auras were sweeping towards them like raging winds. At most, it would take 10 breaths of time for all the white bone overlords to arrive. Qin Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He looked at Qin Feng and nodded. Sovereign, take care. With a burst of speed, the speed of the Qin clan's martial artists increased. They shot forward like lightning and crossed the hill in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared on the hill. His black robes fluttered in the wind. Kiki, what a dense life essence. My luck is really here. I actually encountered such a blood meal. If I devour you, I will be able to save 500 years of cultivation. An unpleasant and hoarse laughter sounded. A black wind swept over from the horizon. A huge white bone claw enveloped Qin Feng's body. This was a white bone demon at the white bone overlord level. With such a mighty momentum, it was definitely not an ordinary white bone overlord. To think a piece of trash like you wants to eat me. I'll eat you first. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. With a flash, he appeared in the void and slashed out with the Chaos Tidal Annihilation's ninth strike. The massive sword beam arrived first despite being launched later. Bam! 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 The sword beam shattered the white bone claw like lightning. Against the sword beam, the white bone overlord that had extended its claw failed to put up any resistance. Accompanied by a popping sound, the sword beam in Qin Feng's hand instantly shattered the layers of white bones. It suddenly appeared amidst the Yin wind, in front of a panicking white bone overlord. The explosive sword beam streaked across its body like lightning amidst its horrified soul fire. Bam! With a loud boom, the white bone overlord's body was split into two. A soul fire flew out. It was condensed from the white bone demon's core soul. Qin Feng grabbed it and stuffed the ice hole into the chaos heavens. How is this possible? That black cloud fellow seemed to have been killed by that Meridian's condensation realm punk in one strike. In the sky, more than 10 black winds flew over like meteors. When they saw this scene from afar, more than 10 souls that were filled with coldness, venom, and hatred fluctuated violently. Shock, dread. Black Cloud Overlord was an extremely famous white bone demon in this region. Yet, it had been slain in one strike. Even its soul had been taken away. The greedy soul fires flickered violently. Qin Feng stood in his spot with a frown. Countless black winds lingered around him. More than 10 white bone overlords that emitted fluctuations that were in no way inferior to those at the second realm of the Sea of Reincarnation realm. Qin Feng felt like he was in the middle of a storm. It was only a momentary pause. At the next moment, killing intent surged as all the white bone overlords attacked simultaneously. Black winds rustled as pale white claws came crashing down at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's soul felt like it was in the midst of a cold wind. Thick dark clouds pressed down on his heart as his body turned cold. I have to kill these white bone overlords before the commander-level monsters arrive. A sharp cold beam flowed in his eyes. Qin Feng frowned as he held the Dark North Divine Water Sword. The next moment, a vast sword beam burst out and slashed upwards. Chapter 472. Rumble. There seemed to be a muffled sound of thunder in the sky, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. A sword light that was as vast as a tide cut through the white bone claws. A figure flashed and appeared behind the 3 white bone sovereigns. With a sneer in his eyes, Qin Feng swung his sword. The vast sword light was like thunder as it cut through the 3 white bone sovereigns. Kacha! 6 pieces of broken bones fell to the ground. The terrifying sword light instantly shattered their soul flames. They didn't even have time to react before they were killed by the sword. After killing the 3 white bone sovereigns with one sword, Qin Feng turned around in the air and looked at the other white bone sovereigns. Xiao! Being swept by this gaze, the remaining white bone sovereigns were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Black winds rolled back twice in the sky and only stopped after retreating half a mile. Looking at this scene from afar, the remaining white bone sovereigns felt a chill in their souls. 3 white bone sovereigns were instantly killed by a Meridian's condensation realm martial artist. Qin Feng held the Dark North Godly Water Sword, and looked at the distant sky. In his eyes, one after another, pitch-black winds swept over. Rumble. The earth was shaking. In the distance, several white-boned sovereigns that were dozens of feet tall walked over. Countless white-boned soldiers rushed over like a tide. Standing on the hill and looking at the terrifying aura in the distance, Qin Feng's aura began to rise. The more white-boned sovereigns that rushed over, the more ants could bite an elephant to death. Qin Feng needed to intimidate this group of greedy, white-boned sovereigns. Ever since he cultivated the soul, true body, Qin Feng's aura was equivalent to that of a quasi-martial overlord. On the hill, a terrifying aura suddenly began to rise. Originally, as more and more white-boned sovereigns arrived, the white-boned sovereigns that were ready to make a move suddenly stopped after sensing this aura. Pairs of ghostly eyes looked at the black-clothed young man on the hill in shock. In the senses of the white-boned sovereigns, the aura that erupted from Qin Feng's body was far beyond the sea reincarnation realm. Wondrous void realm. The first realm of the sea of reincarnation, the spirit sea realm. The second level of the sea of reincarnation, the spatial realm. The third stage of the sea of reincarnation, heaven realm. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the Empyrean realm, and a trace of the aura of a martial arts overlord emerged. Around the hill, terrifying sounds of waves crashing into each other could be heard in the void. Even the void was trembling violently. Soon, more than 30 skeleton overlords had gathered in the sky. Most of the skeleton overlords within 5,000 kilometers had rushed over. The expressions of the bone overlords changed. Their greed was mixed with a hint of fear. Whoosh! Dozens of black gusts of wind lingered in front of the hill for dozens of miles. They did not move forward, but some of them were unwilling to retreat. At this moment, Qin Feng raised his head and stretched out a hand. A pure white flame appeared on his palm and floated in the void. The pure white light dispelled the darkness that shrouded the white-boned battlefield all year round. As soon as this light appeared, many white skeletons, and even the white skeleton overlord, felt a kind of fear that made their souls scatter. The fire of hope was a heaven and earth divine flame born from the wishes of heaven and earth. It was the nemesis of creatures like the bone demon that were born from death. Whoever moves forward will die. A faint voice came from the hill. Although the black-clothed youth was not very tall and could even be said to be thin, no white skeleton overlord dared to question his tone. At this moment, a black, chilly wind that was several feet thick swept over from the sky. A strange crimson skeleton appeared in the void. As soon as this skeleton appeared, many white skeleton overlords' soul flames fluctuated violently. Gusts of chilly wind spread out and made a path in the middle. Qin Feng frowned. As soon as this strange skeleton with a strange crimson light appeared, he felt a kind of restlessness and uneasiness from the depths of his soul. In his mind, the opponent's aura had reached the peak of the sea reincarnation realm and was about to become a martial arts overlord. Lord Bloodbone. The Bone Lords flinched and kept their distance from the blood-red skeleton. A bunch of trash. The crimson soul flames of this strange crimson skeleton flickered. The next moment, they fell on Qin Feng. The greed and desire in the skeleton's eyes were almost tangible. What a rich life force. Every inch of your flesh is full of delicious taste. This king has never seen such delicious food. A sharp and excited voice resounded in the sky. Qin Feng felt 2 soul flames fall on his body. He was like a crazy, hungry wolf. Blood-red bones. This guy is the blood skeleton that everyone in the dry bone town has been talking about. Legend has it that this guy is the cruelest and likes to suck the blood essence of martial experts. He also cultivates a strange, evil death technique that is infamous for its ferocity and abnormally powerful. The martial arts experts that died in its hands were all at the sea reincarnation realm. Today I will meet it. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng held the North Underworld godly water sword with one hand. "Brat, you're mine now," the blood skeleton screamed excitedly. Countless black smoke like spiritual snakes broke through the sky and shrouded Qin Feng. Terrifying screams could be heard coming from the black smoke as countless skeletons emerged from the black smoke. This was a grand magic of the death attribute. The screaming black skeletons were called skeleton demons. Once bitten, not only would one's flesh and blood essence be sucked away, but even one's soul would be sucked away. This thing was very difficult to deal with. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sneer. He leaped up and appeared in the void after a few flashes. With a slash of his sword, the sword cut through the void for hundreds of feet. Crackle, 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 crackle. The sword light cut through the numerous skeletons like lightning. Countless skeletons exploded. In the blink of an eye, the screaming skeletons in the sky were swept away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. In the distance, the white skeleton overlords were horrified when they saw this scene. This was the signature grand magic of the blood skeleton overlord. Over the years, many white skeleton overlords have been killed by this grand magic. Qin Feng sneered as he looked at the blood-red skeleton and said, "Old man, if that's all you've got, then your soul will be mine today. Little brat, don't be too complacent. Do you think my skeleton demons are so simple?" The crimson soul fire in his blood-red eyes smiled sinisterly. In the midst of his strange laughter, countless black smoke rose from his blood-red claws. Visible to the naked eye, many of the skeleton demons that had been smashed by Qin Feng's sword were restored in the midst of their strange laughter. Moreover, there were more of them. In the void, there seemed to be several long rivers of skeletons heading toward Qin Feng to envelop him. "You can still be resurrected. You really have some ability. However, you are unlucky to have met me." Qin Feng's body flew backward like a cannonball. The long rivers of skeletons chased after him like spiritual snakes. Rumble. Qin Feng's descent suddenly took a 90-degree turn. With a loud bang, the skeleton demons that were chasing after Qin Feng smashed into the ground. Countless skeleton demons scattered like a flood. But in an instant, they soared into the sky and locked onto Qin Feng, who was flying close to the ground. Seeing this, the blood skeleton soul fire shot out a trace of cruel complacency. "Boy, obediently offer your flesh and blood. If so, I can guarantee that when I eat you, I will not let you suffer." As he spoke, Bloodbone threw his head back and let out a sharp screech. The countless skeletons chasing after him suddenly transforming into a gigantic skull that opened its mouth and lunged towards Qin Feng. It was like a black hole, and a terrifying suction force was born. Qin Feng felt a huge suction force suddenly appear behind him. In an instant, his body could not help but slide backward. "Want to swallow me? Fine, I will let you swallow me." Flying in midair, Qin Feng's face revealed a trace of strangeness. The grand magic of chaotic fire was condensed. A fireball quietly appeared between his palms. At the same time, his body suddenly turned. Chapter 473. Suddenly, the fireball in Qin Feng's hand fell into the huge skull like a meteor. Poochie! In the blink of an eye, it was as if a spark had ignited the haystack. The entire skull was bathed in a pure white flame. Crackle! With the sound of burning flames, in just a dozen breaths, the river-like skeleton demons were burned to ashes. After the flame finished burning, Qin Feng moved his spirit sense, and a long river of flame fell into his palm, like a small, pure white sun. Grasping this pure white sun, a cool and refreshing energy flowed into the depths of his soul. To Qin Feng's surprise, his soul true body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, his soul true body had grown by nearly a third. "What's going on?" Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the fire of hope is able to refine the souls of these skeletal demons and feed it back to itself? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He felt that he had vaguely guessed the truth. The fire of hope was a divine fire of heaven and earth. Perhaps he had always underestimated this kind of divine fire. Qin Feng's eyes turned red as he stared at the many skeleton overlords in the sky. If that was the case, these skeleton overlords were all top-notch tonics. He burned Bloodbone Monarch's famous theurgy. In the distance, the many-bone overlords shuddered as they watched this scene. Bloodbone King looked furious. You dare to break this king's divine ability? You're courting death. With a roar, a layer of blood-red flame appeared around Bloodbone King's body. A blood-red shadow shuttled back and forth, and a bone-chilling wind shrouded Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red flaming claw appeared above Qin Feng's head. Azura blood flame. You actually managed to cultivate such a vicious spiritual fire. The Azura blood flame was a type of top-grade spiritual fire. It was hidden in the depths of the underground blood river and was condensed from the most vicious blood poison. It could absorb blood energy to grow. Once a person's flesh was tainted by a trace of it, they would not rest until they were dead. However, I'm the master when it comes to playing with fire. Qin Feng sneered, not bothering to dodge. The flame of hope wrapped around his fist as he punched the claw above his head. How dare you compete with the skeleton clan? You're courting death. Bloodbone King sneered. Although the skeleton race was only left with bones, they were extremely powerful. Bloodbone King, in particular, was a foreign race expert from the ancient times called the Dragonesque Elephant Clan. They claimed to have the power of the ancient Dragonesque elephant. In addition, he had comprehended a true martial-level cultivation method called the 9 revolving white bones mystic technique under the white bone steel in the center of the white bone battlefield. His bones were even tougher than some ancient savage beasts. A trace of brutality and excitement flashed through its blood-red eyes. It was as if it could see the black-clothed brat's stomach being ripped open and his heart being crushed. Crack! A loud sound rang out. With the crisp sound of bones breaking, Bloodbone King stared blankly at his broken claw with an incredulous look in its eyes. One of Bloodbone King's claws was broken by the black tortoise force. The pure white flame of hope spread along the broken bone and enveloped Bloodbone King in the blink of an eye. Bloodbone King's face changed. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he quickly mobilized the Azura blood flame to resist the flame of hope that spread toward his soul. In Bloodbone King's eyes, his Azura blood flame was the top flame, so it should be easy for it to devour the pure white flame. However, Bloodbone King soon panicked. The overbearing power of the flame of hope was beyond his imagination. In order to practice the 9 revolving white bones mystic technique, the Yin Qi, evil Qi, and blood Qi that he had absorbed for hundreds of years on the battlefield were instantly purified by the flame of hope. Even his trump card, the Azura blood flame, was suppressed, disintegrated, and purified by the flame of hope. Bloodbone King was completely flustered. His soul flame struggled violently, wanting to give up his well-tempered body. However, the flame of hope entangled his soul like a spirit. After 10 breaths, under the astonished gaze of many skeleton lords, the previously arrogant Bloodbone King turned into a pile of ashes. A pure white flame flew onto Qin Feng's palm. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, and wisps of extremely pure soul power were fed back to his soul true body. In 2 breaths, his soul true body grew another inch taller. It had grown from 7 inches to 8 inches. He spread out his divine thought. Originally, he could only scan 100 feet around him. Now, he could easily scan a range of 200 to 300 feet. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and his gaze fell on the 30 or so skeleton overlord around him. These people were no longer trouble. They were simply living elixirs. Qin Feng's figure floated up inch by inch from the top of the hill. He struck out a series of hand seals with his palms, and wisps of the flame of hope emerged from Qin Feng's body. Thousands upon thousands of fireballs formed from the flames of hope appeared behind Qin Feng. As his 10 fingers moved, the fireballs began to change shape, elongate, and thinner, forming thousands upon thousands of flames of hope. Not good, run. It's that terrifying flame. Run. Seeing this, many skeleton lords' faces changed instantly. Even the Bloodbone King, one of the best among them, could not resist this flame. How could they resist it? Swoosh! One after another, the black winds rolled back. They no longer had the flames that they had when they first arrived. It was as if their buttocks were on fire. Rumble. Dozens of black gusts of wind flew toward the sky with long tails. At this moment, Qin Feng assumed the posture of drawing a bow, using his body as the bow and the fire of hope as the arrow. Look to the northwest. Shoot the heavenly wolf. Thousand layers, hundred splitting arrow art. Fire of hope, go. The light in his eyes pierced through the void. Buzz, 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 buzz. Tens of thousands of pure white arrows formed by the fire of hope streaked across the void, like thousands of meteors cutting through the dark bone battlefield. Puff, puff. With a few miserable cries, the 5 skeleton lords who were too slow to escape turned into pure white fireballs on the spot. They screamed and fell to the ground. At the same time, the arrows formed by the fire of hope fell on the bone battlefield. The skeleton demons, who were surging toward Qin Feng like ants, suddenly exploded like flowers. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Attracted by the extremely rich life essence on Qin Feng's body, more than 10,000 skeleton soldiers rushed over. They were all densely packed in the sea of fire. This scene was extremely spectacular. At this time, on the other side of the hillside, many warriors who were training on the bone battlefield were alarmed and looked at this scene in shock. Among them, the girl in white, Shi Han, and her third uncle were on the hillside. For a moment, both of them looked horrified. Crackle. In Qin Feng's eyes, a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly became a pure white sea of fire. The fire of hope was extremely overbearing. Some of the skeleton soldiers could not withstand the heat and were instantly turned to ashes. Wherever the pure white flames passed, the white-boned soldiers would turn into ashes like weeds. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. With so many skeleton demons being refined by the fire of hope, this would be an enormous amount of soul energy. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a white stream of light streaked across the sea of fire and arrived in front of him in an instant. It was an arrow, a pure white bone arrow. Its speed was so fast that even the void was pierced through. For a moment, Qin Feng felt as if the world had lost its color. Qin Feng wanted to dodge, but he found that he could do nothing. Poochie. With a sharp pain in his chest, Qin Feng lowered his head. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes as he saw a terrifying hole appear in his chest. The flesh and blood around this hole withered like dead grass. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a beautiful figure in black coldly walked out of the void tens of thousands of feet away. She held a fierce and strange bone bow in her hand. Chapter 474. Qin Feng's expression was ugly. This was not because he was only seriously injured. It was because he recognized this woman who had suddenly appeared. Madame of Bones. This was a terrifying existence in the depths of the bone battlefield. This was a martial arts almighty who had passed the first chaos tribulation or above. She was wearing a soft silk robe of pure black. Her pitch black, thick, and silk-like hair draped over her shoulders. She was like a fairy slowly walking out from the deep night sky, giving people endless space for imagination. Qin Feng had seen Ji Huang before. Yu Ji was already a peerless beauty, but this woman in front of him not only did not seem inferior, but her moving charm was even better. There was a bit of a young girl's mischievousness between her brows, and there was also a charm that a young girl could not reach. Qin Feng, this madam has been waiting for you here for a long time. The Madam of Bones walked down from the void with light steps. Qin Feng looked at the big hole in his chest and sighed softly. To be able to trouble such a peerless beauty like Madam to wait for me. Qin Feng is really lucky. He secretly used the 8 desolation immortal mysterious art, and this terrifying hole silently healed. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the bone bow in the Madam of Bones' hand. This was a bowstring made of bones, with bones as the bow and the evil energy of heaven and earth as the string. There was a terrifying blood-red skull in the center of the bowstring. Thinking about it, this is the famous heartbreak bow, the sorrowful arrow. Rumor has it that Madame once used this bow to kill a reincarnation sovereign. Qin Feng is just a meridian's condensation realm martial artist. How can he be lucky enough to taste this arrow? I am really ashamed. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he knelt on one knee. At this time, there was endless energy and resentment in the depths of Qin Feng's soul, and illusions were everywhere. To be able to say this, Qin Feng had already used up all his strength. I didn't expect that. I don't know who wants me dead so much that they actually invited a terrifying existence like the Madame of Bones. Now that I have fallen into her hands, it will be difficult to escape. Inwardly furious, Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Qin Feng might have tried to resist if he had encountered an ordinary martial arts powerhouse, but Madame of Bones was no small matter. She had probably gone through more than one chaos tribulation. This kind of martial arts powerhouse was also known as a saint-level powerhouse. The current Qin Feng was no match for Madame of Bones. However, it's impossible for her to easily kill me. If I'm forced into a corner, I'll self-destruct the chaos heavens and perish with her. This guy is really something. Although he has fallen into my hands, his face has not changed at all. His temperament is really surprising. No wonder Yi Ding is so afraid of him and is willing to pay the price of the first part of the Life and Death Mysterious Sutra for me to help him. What a pity. It's really a pity to use such a good seedling as a medicinal primer. As she secretly felt pity for Qin Feng, Madame of Bones moved her slender waist and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. She grabbed Qin Feng with her slender hand. Qin Feng knew how powerful the woman was from that claw. It was as though the void around him had been completely sealed. It was a seal that even the universe book or the chaos tree could not easily undo. From the looks of it, this Madame of Bones has gone through at least 2 chaos tribulations to have such a level of spatial control. Qin Feng's eyes darted around as he allowed Madame of Bones to grab him. It did not matter if he self-destructed earlier or later. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to escape from the old demoness. Countless flames of hope were instantly summoned back by Qin Feng. They transformed into a white flame that surged out of Qin Feng's body. A surging soul force surged into the depths of his soul as the grievous arrow's power was instantly extinguished. Madame of Bones glanced at Qin Feng with a faint smile on her beautiful face and allowed Qin Feng to retrieve the flames of hope. With a flash, the two of them silently disappeared into the void. An hour later, 2 silhouettes landed on the hill where Qin Feng and Madame of Bones were a few hours ago. That woman just now seemed to be. Shirhan had a pensive look in her eyes. It's Madame of Bones. A trace of fear flashed through Third Uncle's eyes. Just now, when Madame of Bones glanced at him from afar, the kind of terror seemed to penetrate deep into his soul, causing him to involuntarily tremble. It's really hard to imagine. That person has always lived in the depths of the Bone Battlefield, the Red Beauty Cave. Why would she appear in the periphery of the Bone Battlefield? It should be someone from Xingqian School. As far as I know, the upper echelons of Xingqian School have always been related to the sovereigns of the Bone Battlefield. Now it seems like that is indeed the case. Shirhan's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of brilliance. Third Uncle's expression changed. Rumor has it that this Bone Battlefield was built by a sovereign of Xingqian School after he fell and was reborn, using the power of life and death to prove his Tao as a demon god. There are even rumors that this Bone Battlefield is that person's divine kingdom. Could it be true? Third Uncle hesitated for a moment, then looked at Shirhan and said, "Eldest Miss, if Qin Feng dies in the hands of Madame of Bones, then what should we do?" Shirhan was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's wait." She glanced at the Lion Tribe elder and said, "Wait for the result. No matter what, second sister and I were born from the same mother. If possible, I will not let go of any hope of rescuing her." Third Uncle nodded repeatedly. "Then where should we go?" Shirhan's eyes flashed. Moonless forest. Qin Feng only felt a wave of dizziness. A moment later, his figure appeared in a terrifying ancient cave full of piles of bones. There were so many terrifying piles of bones, but the style was like a woman's boudoir. The style was pink, and Qin Feng thought that he had walked into a young girl's boudoir. Glancing around, Qin Feng said, "Could it be that Madame lives in a place like this?" Madame of Bone's expression was indifferent. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Qin Feng, and a touch of blood appeared. Qin Feng intuitively felt a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones surging in his mind. What a terrifying killing intent. What a fierce old demon. Qin Feng's face was slightly pale. This was an act. How could this kind of situation scare Qin Feng? Qin Feng, behave. I brought you here not because I can't kill you, but now is not the time to kill you. Don't make things difficult for me. The cold voice was like a cold wind blowing into Qin Feng's heart. Madame of Bone's tone was cold. Qin Feng had to admit that this woman was simply charming to the bone. Even when she was angry, she still had a soul-stirring charm. Coupled with her high status, it was enough to arouse the desire of any man in the world to conquer her. "Madam." At this moment, two soft and pleasant voices sounded. Listening to this voice, it made people curious about the appearance of these two women. Qin Feng was the same, but in the next moment, Qin Feng regretted it. Two skeletons came out from the surrounding cave. Two tall skeletons with big arms and round waists, and heads like wheat. With just a glance, Qin Feng saw the realm of these two skeletons. They were actually two top-level skeleton overlords, only half a step away from the skeleton commanding army realm. "You two serve this distinguished guest." A cold voice sounded, and the eyes of the two big skeletons lit up. Their soul fire emitted a kind of unconcealable fluctuation of excitement. It was two big perverts eyeing a beautiful girl. Are they going to rape her? This baby was scared to death. This was too King scary. With a bitter face, Qin Feng said to the beauty in black seriously, "Madam, is there anything more beautiful in your cave?" Chapter 475. Madame of White Bones glanced at him indifferently, her beautiful face filled with coldness. She did not put Qin Feng in her heart. Her eyes flashed, and two white bone chains formed from white bones drilled out from the depths of the cave. Qin Feng frowned and instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the next moment his face changed slightly, and his body could not move. The two white bone chains pierced through Qin Feng's shoulders, and with a groan, Qin Feng felt his entire shoulder go numb. Qin Feng revolved the star true power in his body, wanting to break the white bone chains. Seeing this, the two white skeletons on the side laughed charmingly. "Kid, don't waste your time. This is the white bone origin locking chain, forged from the bones of our madam after the fall of the immemorial true spirit. If it is our madam's secret technique, even if it pierced through the bones of an almighty martial artist, he or she would not be able to escape. You better give up." Qin Feng's brows twitched. Indeed, after being pierced through by the white bone chains, the star true power in his body seemed to have completely lost connection. Even his soul power was completely trapped. His entire cultivation base had been sealed. Qin Feng's heart was filled with dark clouds. Qin Feng's expression did not change, and he was thinking of a way to escape. At this moment, a sharp pain came from his shoulder, and the two white bone chains dragged Qin Feng into the depths of the Red Beauty Cave. Qin Feng only felt dizzy, and his ears could only hear the sound of the white bone chains rubbing against the ground. After an unknown period of time, he seemed to have been dragged into a bottomless pit. After a while, Qin Feng opened his eyes, squinting slightly. The light from the dome shone down, and it was somewhat dazzling. Hua hua. Although his cultivation had been temporarily sealed, Qin Feng still had the keen eyesight and hearing of a martial artist. This was an ancient cave, eerie, but there was a strange fragrance. "This is crisp bone fragrance." Qin Feng frowned. Just by smelling this fragrance, his limbs went soft, and even his soul became soft, unable to muster any strength. This was a precious 6th-grade spirit herb. It was a type of spirit herb. Even if a martial arts expert were to smell this fragrance for the first time, they would also be affected. If they were to bathe in this fragrance for many years, their martial will would be completely worn down, and they would become a puppet of this fragrance. It's really strange. Logically speaking, this 6th-grade spirit medicine is extremely precious. Looking at the rich fragrance in this cave, it seems that this cave is bathed in this kind of crisp bone incense all year round. How could this Madam of Bones have so much crisp bone incense? Could it be that this woman is an extremely high-grade alchemist? As he pondered, Qin Feng scanned the surroundings. The situation in the ancient cave appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Inside the ancient cave, white bones were piled up like firewood. In the center was a deep pool that emitted a chilling aura. Just a glance was enough to freeze Qin Feng's soul. Around the ancient pool, white bone chains pierced through the skeletons that exuded a terrifying aura. The owners of these skeletons had already lost their vitality. Even though he had lost his spiritual sense, Qin Feng could tell at a glance that the owners of these skeletons were at least martial arts giants when they were alive. It was hard to imagine that so many martial arts giants, including the White Bones commander, had died here. A trace of gloominess appeared between his brows. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the white bone chains on his body again. He circulated his star true force again, but there was still no response. Again and again, he tried to awaken his star true force, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. After a while, Qin Feng gave up on this attempt. He changed his target and tried to circulate his soul force. This time, there was some response. However, when his soul force moved, the white bone chains immediately released a strange force that trapped his spiritual altar. With Qin Feng's current soul force, it was impossible for him to rush out of the spiritual altar. However, this was only a portion of Qin Feng's soul force. This was the sole true body that he had cultivated in this life. If he added the remaining soul force from his previous life, at this moment, Qin Feng's ears twitched and a cold smile appeared on his face. Kacha-kacha! At the entrance of the soft bone cave, the unique sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. 2 abnormally tall skeletons appeared at the entrance of the cave. These 2 skeletons were none other than the 2 White Bones lords that were sent by the Madam of Bones to serve Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng being hung up by the white bone chains, the 2 skeletons pounced over like wolves and tigers. "Young master, sorry for making you wait. We sisters are here to serve you." The voice was delicate. If not for the 2 terrifying skeletons, no one would have thought that the owner of the voice was so terrifying. Qin Feng groaned and turned his face away. "Oh, this young master is still shy. Young master, don't be shy. Don't worry, we sisters will be gentler to you." The 2 White Bones demons were bashful. Their bodies were tall and sturdy, and their posture was nauseating. Qin Feng's expression was calm. The White Bones demon scratched its head coquettishly for a moment. Seeing that Qin Feng had no reaction, the 2 White Bones demons looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. One of the White Bones demon strode forward and hooked its 2 sharp claws onto Qin Feng's shoulders. Its skull rubbed directly in front of Qin Feng. An invisible suction force was born. Qin Feng felt that wisps of life force were unknowingly flowing out of his body, like a black hole being sucked away. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He tried to stop it, but his cultivation was sealed and he could not stop his life force from flowing out. At the same time, the White Bones demon's body was suffused with an emerald luster. Its soul fire was even more vigorous. Its aura was growing. There was a feeling that it was about to break through and become a White Bones commander. On the side, the other White Bones demon's eyes were shining, eager to try. So the White Bones demon didn't kill me because she wanted to use me as a blood cow to feed her subordinates. The killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes was difficult to restrain. The feeling of having one's life force uncontrollably being sucked away was definitely not a good feeling. "No, I have to think a way to stop it." Qin Feng's expression was gloomy as he cast his gaze on the only thing that could move his soul power. Hum, hum, hum. Deep in his mind, a black beam of light appeared. It was the Abyss Fiend diagram, which was also where the final soul essence of Qin Feng's previous life resided. The moment the Abyss Fiend diagram appeared, it fused with his soul true body. In the middle of the soul platform, his soul true body opened its eyes as a layer of black light erupted around it. It vaguely resembled the Abyss Fiend diagram as it emitted an invisible force. Kacha! Kacha! Deep in his mind, a white bone chain around the soul platform that was locked down began to pry open bit by bit. Although the white bone chain was an extremely difficult treasure to deal with, Qin Feng's Abyss Fiend diagram had an extraordinary background as well. Especially when the Abyss Fiend diagram fused with the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm, it was extremely powerful. Qin Feng originally planned on shattering the white bone chain in one go, but his eyes darted around the next moment as he immediately had an idea. Circulating the Primordial Heart Fiend Sutra, his soul true body produced a layer of black gas as mental demons were created. Following the white bones demon that was slumped over and sucking away its life force, the Sky Fiends silently infiltrated the white bones demon's mind. They constantly used the white bones demon's negative emotions to grow and corrode the white bones demon's mind. They fused with the white bones demon and completely refined their soul fires. In an instant, the white bones demon became one of his own. It will erupt once on the 16th or 17th of October. It will be guaranteed at least 20 chapters. Strive for 30 chapters. Chapter 476. This process was silent. The white bone demon was born from the aura of death and was naturally filled with negative emotions. When these heavenly demons merged, it was as if their minds were fused. Qin Feng originally wanted to get rid of this annoying white bone demon with a thought, but he suddenly changed his mind. After a while, this white bone demon seemed to be saturated, and its soul fire was filled with an inexplicable fluctuation, as if it was about to transform. This white bone demon narrowed its eyes and released its sharp claws reluctantly. "It's my turn." The other white bone demon couldn't wait to rush up. Qin Feng did the same, and soon this white bone demon was also invaded by the demons and controlled its mind. The two white bone demons absorbed a part of the vitality, and their life fire transformed from white to red. It seemed that they were about to advance. Narrowing their eyes, the two white bone demons absorbed some vitality, and it was light as a feather, as if they were drunk. Kacha! Kacha! A series of footsteps. After a while, the two white bone demons left contentedly. Qin Feng's face was gloomy, and he wanted to slap these two white bone demons to death several times. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng closed his eyes and immersed his mind. According to the guidance of the heart demon, Qin Feng saw the two white bone demons again. After the two white bone demons' strength improved greatly, they swayed and turned into a black wind, passing through many caves and stopped in an exquisitely decorated cave. With the vision of the two white bone demons, Qin Feng saw clearly that there were pavilions everywhere, flowery paths, gurgling streams, and peach trees on the side. It was impossible to tell that this was a white bone demon's cave. Teams of skeleton soldiers holding bone spears, bone sabers, and bone swords were patrolling. These skeleton soldiers were not weak, and the weakest was a white bone general. Many of them were at the white bone overlord level. White Jade, General Bailan. The two white bone demons had a high status, and the other white bone demons were very respectful and flattering when they saw them. With the nature of the two white bone demons, they were not prepared to pay attention to these lackeys. However, with a thought from Qin Feng, the two white bone demons immediately changed their minds. One of the skeletal demons, named White Jade, nodded. She stepped forward and patted the leading skeletal demon, who was at the level of a skeletal lord, and smiled. "Do your best. Madam will not treat you unfairly." "Yes, General Baiyu." The leading white bone overlord was flattered. It did not notice that wisps of inner demon black chi were seeping into Bayu's soul, through her shoulder, through her jade-like skeletal hand. Heart demons rushed into the depths of the bone, Lord-level bone demon's soul, and merged with the negative emotions in her body, corroding her mind and merging into her soul. After the group of skeletons walked past, even Bayu came to her senses. What happened just now? Why would this general greet those lowly skeleton soldiers? I don't know. It's so weird. Another skeleton demon, called by Lan, looked at Bayu in surprise. The two bone demons shook their heads strangely. In the depths of the two bone demons' souls, Qin Feng's demon doppelganger appeared, absorbing the dark emotions in the two bone demons' hearts. The demon doppelganger's power was rapidly growing. In just a moment, it had reached the meridian condensing realm. If it was given some more time, it would easily surpass the cultivation of the two bone demons. The two bone demons passed through many pavilions. The territory of the Madam of Bones was vast, and she had many soldiers and generals. She was truly powerful. Among them, there were many bone demons whose cultivation was not inferior to white jade and Bailon. In some pavilions, Qin Feng's demonic consciousness sensed the fear of the two demons. This was the residence of some martial overlord-level bone demons in the cave. This Madam of Bones is so powerful. Even if she doesn't attack, I won't be able to escape from this beauty cave easily. It seems that if I want to leave, I will have to mess up this beauty cave. Qin Feng's heart was heavy. This Madam of Bones was indeed one of the overlords of the bone battlefield. Not long after, the two bone demons arrived in front of a cave residence filled with pink fog. There were two pretty girls guarding the cave residence. Qin Feng quickly hid his demonic consciousness deeply. These two bone demons had already cultivated a physical body and were reincarnated from the dead. The two girls in front of him were definitely martial overlords with many years of experience. Lord Bai Huan, Lord Bai Lu. The two bone demons bowed respectfully. The two girls' expressions were cold. They turned around, and their gazes fell on the two bone demons, as if they could see the deepest part of their souls. Qin Feng hid it even more tightly. White Jade, Bailon, the two of you are not bad. After absorbing that brat's rich life force, your bodies are filled with vitality. There are already signs of reincarnation. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will be able to advance to commander level soon. One of the girls by Huan pointed out. However, although you have absorbed his life force and have an opportunity, it is still very difficult to advance to commander level. You still need to work hard. If you can condense the white bone demon god's heart before you advance, it will be in the bag. Don't be greedy to advance. You must know that the foundation is the king. Our bone demon clan reincarnated from the dead. We first died and then came back to life. It is very rare to be able to reach this step. I hope you can succeed. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Commander Bai Huan. The two skeletal demons were very respectful. Qin Feng nodded to himself as he listened. The stronger one's foundation was, the wider one's future path would be. However, he had never heard of the white bone demon god's heart. However, he quickly captured everything he wanted to know from the fluctuating emotions of the two bone demons. The white bone demon god's heart was actually the heart of life and death. As long as these bone demons could condense the heart of life and death, they could truly be reincarnated from the dead. Life and death were one, and they could cultivate the immortal and indestructible Xianming true body. If they did not condense the white bone demon god's heart, even if they had a layer of flesh and blood, they could only be considered as a painted skin and not a real living person. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Generally speaking, creatures like the bone demons that were born from death should walk the path of unipolar heaven. Comprehending the path of death was the best choice. This Madam of Bones actually went against the norm. She was reincarnated from the dead and comprehended the path of life. However, combined with the layout of the Madam of Bones cave, Qin Feng did not find it strange. Generally speaking, women like to be beautiful. At this moment, the other young woman, called by Lu, spoke as well. If the two of you can condense the bone demon world, the madam will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. She might even bestow a deity position and condense the death divine throne. Yes, the two bone demons' emotions fluctuated violently. Deity position? At this moment, Qin Feng could not help but ask. There was nothing he could do. This deity position was very important. What was a deity position? It was a strange object condensed from the laws of heaven and earth. Combining with this object was like ascending to the heavens in a single step, becoming a demon god, controlling the Tao of heaven and earth, and dominating all living things. It shouldn't be. This golden era has just begun. According to the records, the deity position will only appear when the golden era is at its peak. Could it be a deity position left behind from the previous era? In the depths of the prison, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It will erupt on the 16th or 17th of October. It will be guaranteed at least on the 20th. It will erupt all at once on the 30th. Chapter 477. However, in an instant, Qin Feng was disappointed. From the intense, emotional fluctuations of the two demons, Qin Feng stole a part of the secret. It turned out that this white ring, the deity position that Bai Lu mentioned, was only a trace of authority condensed from the Madam of Bones' secret realm. The secret realm condensed by the Madam of Bones was called the White Bone Hell. However, this White Bone Hell was extraordinary. It had already gone through several great tribulations. In this cave of beautiful bones, the secret realm, condensed by all the bone overlords that advanced to commander-level monsters, would automatically be integrated into the White Bone Hell. This so-called deity position was a trace of authority split from the White Bone Hell. This could only be considered a fake deity position. After fusing with this deity position, one would be able to obtain the support of the secret realm and some benefits, but one's life would also fall into the hands of others. Qin Feng didn't care about this so-called deity position at all. At the bottom of the prison, Qin Feng closed his eyes. After a round of encouragement, the two demons walked into the cave in high spirits. The cave was spacious, with pavilions, halls, and palaces. Rumble. Qin Feng heard the thunderous sound of a waterfall. There was actually a waterfall falling from the sky in this cave abode, falling from the cliff. Around this pavilion, ancient trees, old vines, and strange flowers and herbs were everywhere. After passing through the waterfall area, they arrived at a secluded palace. There were many beautiful young women in white sitting in meditation and cultivating. Hearing the movement, pairs of cold eyes opened. They were all powerful existences who had comprehended the overlord realm or above. They were all old demons. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. So it's by you, Bailon. The two of you have perfected your cultivation. Passing by the old demons and seniors, by you and Bailon, the two demons bowed respectfully. By you, Bailon, go in. Madam has been waiting for you for a long time. A plump, beautiful woman in white landed on the ground with several maidservants. She was dressed in a pure silk dress and was about 30 years old. Her figure was tall and beautiful, and she was extremely beautiful and charming. That mature and charming charm made Qin Feng's heart burn slightly. Perhaps it was because of his devil body. All kinds of thoughts swelled up in his head. Qin Feng actually had a feeling of wanting to get this woman immediately. Soon, Qin Feng suppressed this feeling. She was an expert who had survived at least one chaos tribulation. Aunt Yu Qi. The two demons hurriedly bowed. The white-clothed woman's gaze fell on Bai Yu and Bai Lan. The two of you are not bad. Your soul foundation has been completely stabilized, and the aura of death on your body has completely dissipated. That human brat's life essence is extremely pure. Such a person can be said to be 1 in 10,000. Even I am envious of such an opportunity. Yu Qi knew that these two skeleton demons had excellent aptitudes. They were the most promising geniuses among the lords of the Cave of White Bones and Beauty to become White Bones commanders. It was also because of this that her madam had personally appointed them to absorb the chi of white bones. "Go in, don't let madam wait for too long." As she spoke, Yuchi stepped aside and a narrow path appeared in the thick fog. The two demons followed the narrow path and forced their way through. They were surrounded by palaces and pavilions. Not long after, the two demons stopped in front of one of the palaces. Inside the two demons' bodies, Qin Feng's inner demon doppelganger had finally grown to the same level as the two demons after absorbing some of their negative emotions. It had completely merged with the two demons' minds. If possible, Qin Feng could choose to immediately refine these two demons into his doppelganger. However, Qin Feng did not move. Instead, he planned to observe them for a while longer. He would only make a move after he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the two demons' habits. The palace was surrounded by a field of white bone flowers. These white bone flowers were born by absorbing the essence of countless bones. To the white bone demons, they were the most valuable treasures. The palace was surrounded by clumps of them. In front of the palace, Qin Feng saw a large tree. This was a strange ancient tree formed by condensed white bones. This ancient tree actually had purple fruits growing on it. These fruits were shaped like skulls and looked extremely strange. Even with Qin Feng's experience, he had never seen such a strange spiritual root. White Bone's sacred tree. From the two demons' memories, Qin Feng obtained the name of this white bone sacred tree. When they walked up the stone steps made of white bones and entered the palace, the two white bone overlords at the door bowed to the two demons and said, "Lords, Madam is currently bathing. Madam has instructed that if the two of you arrive, you can go in and serve her." The two demons looked at each other and nodded. Bathing? In the water prison, Qin Feng was energized. In the palace, there were light gauze curtains. After going around a few white screens, with the help of the two demons' vision, Qin Feng could see the situation in the palace. The clear smoke of special sandalwood filled the empty space beside the pool. The large pool was also misty and rippling. With just a glance, Qin Feng's steel-like willpower could not help but tremble violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in his heart. He had thought of all the possibilities in advance, but he did not expect to see such a dreamlike scene in front of him. Her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall on her beautiful shoulders and neck and on the comfortable pillow. The bright and beautiful sky fortunately reflected on the beautiful woman's black hair, turning into waves of mysterious luster that flowed leisurely. Her long and elegant black hair could not hide her fair and elegant neck. Her gem-like skin flickered with white light as it stubbornly pierced through the obstruction of her black hair. It was like a sharp arrow that pierced through Qin Feng's heart through the gaps between the threads. Although the mist was hazy and dreamy, it could not block Qin Feng's gaze. From this corner, two perfectly shaped snow-white skin could not block Qin Feng's gaze. As if she had noticed the strange look in the two eyes, Madame of Bones had already noticed the arrival of Bai Yu and Bai Lan when they stepped into the palace. However, the two demons' gazes were somewhat unfamiliar to her. The White Bone Demon Clan did not have any physiological emotions before reaching the Commander Realm. Their emotions were relatively simple. They only had killing, devouring, and cultivating the 5 skandhas and 6 desires. Seeing Madame of Bones look over, Qin Feng hurriedly gave up control of the two demons' bodies. His demonic thoughts burrowed into the depths of the two demons' minds and handed over control of the bodies to them. Could it be that after absorbing the essence of that human child, they developed emotions in advance? Madame of Bones did not care about it. At this moment, she completely did not expect that a thief had already run into the place where she was bathing. The two subordinates had completely become Qin Feng's clones. Their beautiful figures were all in Qin Feng's eyes. "Bai Yu, Bai Lan, come and serve me." As she spoke, one of her jade-like hands wasn't idle. Her white and tender fingers held onto a gentle spray of water and slowly sprinkled it down on her face and neck, causing droplets of water to slide down along her curves that caused others to go crazy before dripping into the water. And it was as easy as plucking the strings of a zither to play a surging and surging sound of nature. In the warm and soft water, the beauty's bright red face was like the peach blossoms in March. The originally holy and cold aura had turned into a charming spring under the ripples of her beautiful eyes. The soul-stirring, plump, red lips opened and closed slowly, and the white, jade-like teeth bit her lower lip lightly. This little demon, under the water prison, seeing this scene through the eyes of the two demons, Qin Feng felt the blood in his body explode instantly, and a surge of qi and blood rushed to his head. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.